we now know a lot more about his background. We know a lot more about his political philosophy, and we know a lot more about what are the voters they're trying to win over. These middle-class voters who have been disaffected with politics, want to see politicians that are fighting for their interests, and that was what Tim Walz tried to give them.
Well, let's bring in Fox News Radio's Jared Halpern. Jared, the polls have indicated this is one of the most important issues, if not the most important issue for Democrats, the abortion, the reproductive rights issue.
And they're framing it in a broader context of freedom. You hear freedom being the refrain from speaker after speaker after speaker, because they argue that they are the party of freedom, that it's Republicans who are trying to take away freedoms, whether they are reproductive rights, whether they are the freedom to go to school without fear of being shot, whether it is going to a school library and checking out the book that you want, or the freedom to
join a union,
live the life you want to live, you know, if you're a member of the trans community, to your point, to join a union. And so I do think that it has been notable to see that kind of shift in messaging, and it is a little bit indicative of the passing of the torch, right? Because what you heard from President Biden was talk a lot about these sort of grand ideas of defending democracy, about the soul of America. And those are, I think, sometimes hard to grasp.
That's an
and
interesting point. In other words,
this
President
is kind
Biden
of moving that forward.
President
right?
Biden's been abstract about it. You're saying the Harris campaign is making it more specific.
What does that mean? It means that we are the party that is going to defend these freedoms that are at risk. And it's not as if President Biden was not talking about it. He was talking about it in a different way.
Yeah.
And I wonder if this messaging is one that is going to resonate a little bit more, especially with maybe those independent voters, with those soft Republican voters, with those disengaged voters.
Josh, he said also, point blank, let me tell you what you'll do as president. And he told the audience, save this clip and send it to your undecided relatives. To the point about understanding the assignment, that was it, right? I mean, that's the goal of a Walz is to appeal to, and he referenced it too, right? He was a blue congressman in a red district in a purple state.
He has the ideal biography if you're trying to reach out to those undecided middle-class voters in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. He is tonally connecting, or has the potential, I should say, to connect with those voters. And that's why Kamala Harris picked him. Now, I think the big question going forward is what prevails, style or substance? I mean, there's a lot of aspects of the governor's record. He's quite progressive. We've talked a lot about his record on crime, and especially in the aftermath of the riots in Minneapolis that led to a lot of destruction and damage in the city. You know, that's going to be scrutinized. His handling of how Minnesota came out of the pandemic and COVID, that's going to be scrutinized. He may have more vulnerabilities on his actual record that that don't paint quite a neat picture of his political tenure. That said, tonally and his story, my goodness, like high school football coach, teacher, served in the Minnesota National Guard, Army National Guard, and then was sort of an accidental congressman. He kind of ran for Congress as a teacher on a little bit of a whim, gets elected in a Democratic wave, and the rest is history. He serves in Congress for over a decade and then gets elected as governor and served, for 2 terms there.
You referenced his handling of COVID, his handling of the George Floyd riots. He got some pushback from reporters in his state for the delay in calling out the National Guard as businesses burned. Walz has said also one person's socialism is another person's neighborliness. We've talked about how the Trump campaign may use some of this. Does it matter because he's the VP, or only in the context of that he is the choice of Harris?
Well, he's a perfect complement, to Harris. And I think you can see why the vice president picked Governor Walz. Barack Obama talked earlier, talking about this is America. this is the kind of ticket that really can inspire a whole lot of people from different backgrounds. And I think you really got Tim Walz is not an Ivy Leaguer. Didn't grow up in a big city. He grew up in a small town in Nebraska and worked his way, really up to the top of political life. It's a pretty impressive story, and that's what a lot of Americans get to see tonight.
And Jared, we also heard from former President Bill Clinton. Josh described him as the explainer, and he did do a bit of that explaining to this audience who seemed very engaged by him. He praised Harris's work as a prosecutor, said she went after gangs, fought for homeowners after the housing crisis. He tried to seem to highlight her CV a bit to go beyond the vibes.
Well, and he also did something that President Obama did the night prior, which is sort of give delegates here a mission to go out into the communities, go to where voters are, talk to them like people. Don't be rude, don't get in arguments, stand your ground, sure, but do it in a way that shows empathy, that shows compassion. And again, it was notable that it is sort of the elder statesmen of the party that are kind of pushing that, right? Whether it was President Obama or whether it was President Clinton, sort of talking about it, and treat them the way you'd want to be treated. Go out to where people are. Make sure that people know that this is an election that is about more than just maybe policy differences, but about character, about temperament, about, I think the line that is going to be most memorable from President Clinton's speech is that count the eyes when he was talking about Donald Trump.
Not the lies.
Somebody, not the lies, count the eyes. This is somebody who talks about himself an awful lot. What you're going to hear from Vice President Harris, he argues, is you, not I. And the idea that they want these delegates who are certainly, rib rock Democrats and party faithful, they don't need to sell it to them.
Right.
What they need these delegates to do is go out to their communities and try and change minds or try and share their views in a way that, resonates in maybe the suburbs, resonates in more rural parts of America, resonates in parts of the country where maybe voters don't feel real energized to vote one way or the other.
And Josh Clinton, he reminds us that this is a different Democratic Party, right? The things he got done as president, like welfare reform, that kind of thing. Could that happen now? Like, could bipartisanship happen now, despite the divisions? And I ask that because, look, J.D. Vance has said he's very pro-family. Maybe Republicans could get on board with, like, an expanded child tax credit. Paid family leave for federal workers got passed under Trump.
Oh, well, even if Kamala Harris gets elected, there's a very good chance she could have a Republican Senate. It already is.
Yeah.
Look, it's a tough match. I mean, she's going to have to work with Republicans to get things done if she does get elected president. And look, Bill Clinton, we kind of pined for the halcyon days of the Clinton years when things seemed a little less partisan. But boy, there was a lot of people back in the 90s thought it was pretty nasty between Newt Gingrich and Bill Clinton. And it always looks better when you look at the past rather than the reality of the moment itself. But look, Bill Clinton, I think, was a reminder that the Democratic Party is a big tent, and he sort of gave his great, as Barack Obama dubbed him, the secretary of explaining things. He was explaining sort of what Harris brings to the table, and attacking Donald Trump as the guy who cares more about you, but I, and said, don't count the lies, count the eyes.
And one of the reasons that President Obama picked President Biden as his running mate is because it was Biden who had those relationships on Capitol Hill, had the ability to build those bridges. You certainly saw that in his term as president, whether it was through the infrastructure bill or through some of the other bipartisan legislation. Tim Walz was in Congress for more than a decade. He was a Democrat from a more red district. He served on committees like the Armed Services Committee and the Ag Committee. Those are traditionally far less partisan kind of committees. And he is somebody who, even if you talk to Republicans in Congress who served with him, say that they got along with him well. So as you talk about kind of why people are picked, one of the selling points that the Harris campaign liked about Walz is his ability, his track record to work across party lines to get those types of things done. You wonder if that might be something that Harris would rely on him for in a Harris administration. She certainly served in the Senate too, but didn't have that same type of reputation for working across party lines on those big issues like Tim Walz did.
All right, tonight, briefly, Josh, it is Vice President Kamala Harris, the nominee for president of the Democratic Party. What do we expect aside from joy and vibes?
What she will do as president. That is, look, she's going to talk about her own biography. A lot of people are still learning about the vice president and don't know all the details about her record. But boy, I think, the one thing missing from this convention so far is a broad sense of the agenda that Harris would bring to the table. We've had a lot of good vibes. We've had a lot of themes. We've heard about freedom. We've heard about joy. But those aren't policies, and I think she started to outline some of the economic plans that she intends to pursue. But there's a whole lot more how she would act as commander-in-chief.
Josh Kraushauer, Jared Halpern, thanks for joining.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jess.
Ride Home with Rich Zioli. Weekdays on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Todd is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Todd, and I live in Georgia. I'm a veteran of 23 years. I love to give back to the community, whether it's my fellow veterans, some guy on the street corner. I offer what I can when I can. I started noticing that my memory was slipping, and I wanted to take proactive measures to try to help that. I saw a Prevagen commercial, and I did some research on it, and I wanted to find out, does this stuff really work? I started taking Prevagen about 3 years ago. Since taking Prevagen, I feel clearer in my thoughts, my memory has improved, and generally just more on point.
Prevagen is available in stores everywhere without a prescription. Based on a clinical study of subgroups of individuals who are cognitively normal or mildly impaired, this product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Summer congestion got you down. Whether it's allergies or a summer cold, being congested can ruin your whole day. You feel tired and run down, like you're missing out on summer fun. At Navage, we're here to make breathing easy easier. Navage uses patented gentle suction technology to help clear out allergens, dust, and mucus without drugs. In just 30 seconds, you'll be on your way to a better day. Get Navage at Walmart, Walgreens, Sam's Club, CVS, Rite Aid, Target, or online at Navage.com. Navage. Breathe better, fast.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at abacuspays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at abacuspays.com.
Not all policies will qualify. Not available in all states.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or biglou.com.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
What is dedication?
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that my kids wouldn't have a father. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. It's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT. Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey everyone, it's Donald Trump Jr. Join me and Dom Giordano Thursday, September 12th at the Scottish Rite Auditorium in Collingswood, New Jersey for the next Politics and Pints with WPHT. We will talk all things Trump, the 2024 election, and my father's book, Letters to Trump. South Jersey and PA suburbs are hugely important to electing Donald Trump president. Just head to 1210WPHT.com for tickets right now. Hope to see you there.
Back to school and back to crazy schedules. No time to cook? No problem. Call and visit Captain Chucky's. Get your orders into Captain Chucky's now. Make the hectic weeks to come easier and let Chucky's help you meal plan. Remember the all-new Bang Bang Jumbo Lump Crab Cake and new Wild Shrimp Scampi Ravioli. Delicious, nutritious, and fresh meals at your nearest Captain Chucky's. Locations everywhere. Visit WeLoveCrabCakes.com. That's WeLoveCrabCakes.com. At the shore, visit Captain Chucky's at theshore.com.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never involved in an accident, we mean it. But if you are injured in an accident, we'll work quickly and tirelessly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And when we also say we only get paid when your case is over and you get paid, we mean it. Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
A promise is potent. Born of intention, fueled by commitment, it's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision, a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
If not me, then who? This ethos is driving the Travis Manion Foundation to empower veterans and families of fallen heroes to develop character in future generations. In 2007, Marine First Lieutenant Travis Manion was killed in Iraq while saving his wounded teammates. Travis's legacy lives on in the 5 words he spoke before leaving for his final deployment. If not me, then who? Guided by this mantra, veterans are continuing their service, developing strong relationships within their own community, and thriving in their post-military lives. Visit travismanion.org.
Calling on Levittown. Hello there. To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
The Fed's annual Monetary Policy Symposium begins in Jackson Hole, Wyoming today. Stocks ending higher on Wednesday after the minutes from the Fed's latest policy meeting back in July reinforced the hope for some lower rates come September and some rate cuts as long as inflation continues to cool. The Dow gained 56 points Wednesday, the Nasdaq up 102, the S&P 500 gained 24. The small increases came after the Labor Department revised the number of jobs created from April 2023 to March of 2024 downward. There were 818,000 fewer jobs than first reported, suggesting the labor market started to cool earlier and faster than it appeared originally. Today we get the weekly unemployment numbers and the details on existing home sales for July, and earnings reports from Dollar Tree, BJ's Wholesale Club, and Peloton. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Republicans continue to counter the message coming out of the Democratic convention.
It's clearly about their hatred of Donald Trump more than their love for America.
That's the former president's running mate, Senator J.D. Vance from Ohio.
The thing that really unites the Democratic Party is not any shared vision for how they want to advance this country. It's their hatred of one person, a person who, by the way, took a bullet for this country just a few short weeks ago.
Senator Vance told Fox and Friends,
this modern Democratic Party is focused on division. It's focused on putting people into racial and gender buckets and then using those divisions for political power.
Vance said that hours before joining former President Trump in Asheboro, North Carolina.
This November, Americans are going to tell Kamala Harris, that we've had enough. We can't take it anymore. You're doing a terrible job. Comrade Harris, you're fired. Get out of here. You're fired. You're no good.
Trump campaign will continue a week-long tour of election battleground states today with the former president in Arizona. But in 2024, there are also battleground districts as Democrats try to win back control of the House.
Well, look, throughout the country, there's only about 35 seats that are truly competitive out of 435. Mine's one of them.
Congressman Mike Lawler is a Republican in New York's 17th district.
It's a district Joe Biden won by 10 points in 2020. There's 80,000 more Democrats than Republicans. It's home to the Clintons and George Soros, so by no means a Democratic bastion, if you will. Or a Republican bastion. But at the end of the day, I think we've done the work on the ground. And, you know, I've represented the district well in Washington. We show up in every community, whether they voted for me or not. My office has closed out over 4,000 constituent cases, bringing back $20 million to constituents, you know, on cases ranging from the IRS to veterans benefits to Social Security. I've passed nearly a dozen bills through the House, 4 of which have become law, you know, and I've been rated the 4th most bipartisan member of Congress by the Lugar Center, and have been very effective in getting things done for my district, bringing back $38 million in community project funding in my first year in office. So I feel very good about where we are.
Your opponent used to represent the 17th district. Mondaire Jones was the congressman. He won in 2020, but there was redistricting in 2022, and he ended up going into a different district at the time and did not win his primary. You defeated Congressman Sean Patrick Maloney. It was considered an upset at the time. He was the chair of the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee.
No question. This was one of the biggest wins in the 22 cycle. And, we were able to win in large part because I'm from the district. I know the district well. I've lived and worked in it throughout my political career, helping elect so many local elected officials along the way. But, we outworked them. I did 6, 7, 8 events a day. We showed up everywhere and had enough money to compete. And I think, Mondaire Jones obviously represented the district briefly, but fled after redistricting, went down to New York City, said he never felt more at home than when he was running down in Brooklyn and Lower Manhattan, and lost a Democratic primary to Dan Goldman. And then he moved back and now wants to represent the district again, because for him, it's about being an elected official as opposed to doing the job. This is a guy who shut down his office 2 months before his term expired, told constituents to go pound sand, that they needed to reach out to their U.S. senator if they wanted help. And, really, from an issue standpoint, does not fit the district. He was the third most progressive member of Congress. He voted 100% of the time with Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
You mentioned he was a prominent progressive. He did support Congressman Jamal Bowman's challenger. Bowman lost a primary earlier in the summer, and progressives are distancing themselves now from former Congressman Mondaire Jones. Does that let him portray himself as more moderate?
Look, I think obviously he's trying to bamboozle voters into believing somehow that he's now, quote unquote, a pragmatist. When he was in Brooklyn, he called himself a progressive champion. And if you look back at his run in 2020 and the issues he talked about defunding the police and his support for it. He talked about Medicare for all and the Green New Deal, and called ICE agents racist and terrorists, and called police officers white supremacists. When he ran down in New York City, he said that he would never take support from law enforcement organizations. So this is somebody who, is trying to, backpedal on who he is, not because he suddenly had an epiphany, but because he's trying to win an election. And that's why he threw Jamal Bowman under the bus and supported George Latimer. Look, obviously, nobody has been more pro-Israel than I have, and nobody has fought back against anti-Semitism more than I have. I've introduced numerous pieces of legislation, gotten several signed into law. We passed the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act through the House, 320 to 91. And so Mondaire Jones was trying to distance himself from Jamal Bowman and the squad for their anti-Israel bigotry and the anti-Semitism that we saw, in those protests in the spring. But it's not going to work because voters understand, and obviously progressives understand that he's being dishonest. That's why they're disowning him at this point.
Obviously, in the 17th District of New York, you have a lot of Jewish voters. Full disclosure, I am one of your constituents. I'm in the 17th District. Certainly, it's a big issue. How important is this in the campaign?
This district has one of the largest Jewish communities in America. Obviously, it is an issue, both support for Israel and combating anti-Semitism, that is driving voters. And voters are outraged by what happened on October 7th. And obviously the college campus protests that we saw at places like Columbia University in the spring. I went down to Columbia and called out the protesters to their face, called on President Shafiq to resign. She finally did so. I've passed numerous pieces of legislation, not only to support the state of Israel, but to combat the threat from Iran and its terror proxies, as well as obviously combating anti-Semitism.
All right, Congressman, something else that certainly is a huge issue in this 2024 campaign, and that's abortion rights. Democrats have put this on several states' ballots, and they're targeting you in New York. There's an attack ad by a group called House Majority Forward. It's been running on TV. It features a doctor. You've probably seen this, and let's let everyone hear it in your reaction.
There are times when a woman is rushed here because her life is at risk, and an abortion may be the only way to save her. But Mike Lawler supported overturning Roe v. Wade and letting politicians ban abortion with no exceptions to save a woman's life. He even voted to punish doctors who provide abortion care.
All right, Congressman, I'm sure you've seen this on TV and have been asked about it. What's your response to what the ad says?
No, it's just pathetic how much the Democrats have to lie to voters to try and bamboozle them into supporting their disastrous candidates and policies. Look, I've been very clear. I do not support a federal ban on abortion. I will never vote for a federal ban on abortion. I do support exceptions for rape, incest to the life and health of the mother. I always have, and I always will. I have pushed back against my own party on issues like IVF access and accessibility and affordability. I have pushed back against my own party on access to mifepristone and contraception. And so I will continue to be a voice of common sense and reason. And I think most voters want a rational discussion on this issue as opposed to the extremism that they get from both parties. My opponent supports abortion up to the moment of birth. He's against the Born Alive Act. He believes that if a baby survives an abortion, that a doctor should not have to provide critical care. He's for gender selection of abortion. He's against parental notification. The only extremist in this race is Mondaire Jones.
In 2020, as you referenced, Joe Biden won your district by quite a bit over then President Trump. You will, as you referenced earlier, you'll have to get people to split their vote, right? I mean, there will be some people who vote for Vice President Harris that you'll need to vote for you. That has to be a challenge.
Look, not really. I mean, part of it is engage people, do the job. I ran in 2020 for the state assembly in a 2-to-1 Democratic district that I flipped, defeating a 14-year Democrat incumbent. I outperformed Donald Trump by 5 points in that district. So, if this is a district that Joe Biden won by 10, I just have to outperform by 5. And so I feel very comfortable with where we are. I think we have done the work over the last 20 plus months, going into every community, whether people supported me or not, voted for me or not, engaging with constituents on the issues that matter. And I think this is a different election than 2020. I mean, Democrats have been in control in the White House. They controlled Congress for the first 2 years, increasing spending by $5 trillion, giving us record inflation. They created the disastrous policies at our southern border that led to over 10 million migrants crossing into our country, most of them illegally. And frankly, the crises around the world, starting with the disastrous withdrawal in Afghanistan that resulted in the death of 13 U.S. service members, to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the terrorist attack on Israel, the threats emanating in the Indo-Pacific from China. They own these policies. Kamala Harris has been the vice president for the last 3.5 years. You can't walk away from this record. And Mondaire Jones supported it 100%. These are the issues that matter to voters that certainly are top of mind. And so, I continue to engage voters. I do believe I have strong support among Democrats because I'm direct, I'm blunt, I'm honest, and I talk about the issues and the solutions at hand.
With such a small majority for the GOP trying to retain control of Congress and you knowing that your seat is one of only a few dozen that are up for grabs, do you feel more pressure?
No, not really. I mean, I think people want honesty and they want the ability to engage with their elected representative. As Ed Koch famously said, if you agree with me on 9 out of 12 things, vote for me. If you agree with me on 12 out of 12 things, go have your head examined. We're not going to agree on everything. But we certainly should engage in robust debate and discussion and try to build consensus. And that's what I've tried to do. And I think most of my constituents, whether they agree with me or not on issues, whether they will vote for me or not, I do think most of my constituents appreciate the fact that I'm out there, both in terms of being present in the district and engaging the media and being on TV and talking about the issues, and that I'm serious and substantive in trying to address these issues. And I think that's what people want at the end of the day. And that's why it's so critical that we win in November and that we keep the House Republican majority so that we can address the challenges facing the country. And again, if people want to support me, they should text Mike to 85007. That's Mike to 85007, or visit LawlerForCongress.com.
Congressman Mike Lawler, Republican, running for re-election in the 17th District of New York. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings. Talk Radio 1210,
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process, ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Sneezing, coughing, stuffy nose, runny nose, post-nasal drip, interrupted sleeping. I was groggy at the end of the day.
Allergies and sinus congestion were making Jana miserable. Then, a friend recommended Navage. Navage provides immediate drug-free congestion relief, flushing your nasal passages with refreshing saline and sucking out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Navage helps you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel your best right away.
Navage gave me instant relief. I didn't have to wait 30 minutes. I didn't have to wait an hour, 90 minutes. I didn't have to wait a minute. I ran the rinse and I felt better.
Stop suffering from congestion and start breathing and feeling your best again with Navage. Navage.
I've had people ask me how I find relief, and I tell them Navage immediately. This thing is amazing.
Navage is available at Navage.com or at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The Philadelphia Children's Alliance knows that with summer in full swing, the promise of new adventures is incredibly exciting. But for families, it also brings new challenges to keeping children safe. The Philadelphia Children's Alliance will be here to help. We are sharing tips and resources to keep your family safe. Follow us on socials at Phila Children's Alliance and help us spread the word. The Philadelphia Children's Alliance, promoting safety and well-being one summer at a time. Visit us online at philachildren'salliance.org.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you recently had an HVAC tech at your home to fix your unit and he wanted to sell you all types of upgrades? Look, if your AC unit is acting unruly this summer and needs to be fixed, we'll send out one of our technicians to do one thing: fix your AC. And if we do think you need a new one, we'll have one of our factory-trained install teams put in a new state-of-the-art train cooling system to keep you cool. Visit us at marvinecans.com. That's marvinekans.com.
40 days to lose up to 40-plus pounds with NJ Diet. It only takes 40 days to lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40-plus pounds. NJ Diet uses your hair, saliva, and blood work to personalize supplements that will target your hormonal imbalances so you can lose that weight. Then NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep it off. Call Dr. T, 855-5NJ-DIET, or go to njdiet.com. 40 days up to 40 pounds, 40 days up to 40 pounds, NJ Diet.
Don't miss The Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy. Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz accepting the vice presidential nomination at the Democratic National Convention Monday night.
It's the honor of my life to accept your nomination for Vice President of the United States.
The third night of the DNC featuring a long list of celebrities and politicians, including former President Bill Clinton, who had a pitch for Kamala Harris's presidential bid.
Kamala Harris will work to solve our problems, seize our opportunities, ease our fears, and make sure every single American, however they vote, has a chance to chase their dreams.
And reports say independent candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is planning to drop out of the presidential race and will endorse former President Donald Trump. America's listening to Fox News.
Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The Broncos will go with a rookie under center. Bo Nix, the 12th pick of April's NFL draft and the last of the 6 quarterbacks taken in the first round, was named the starting quarterback in Denver on Wednesday. Nix will become the first Broncos rookie to start under center in Week 1 since John Elway in 1983. The 2024 draft class will now have at least 3 rookies starting in Week 1. Caleb Williams was named QB1 in Chicago in May, while Jaden Daniels received the nod earlier this week in Washington. Drake May is still battling Jacoby Brissett in New England, while Vikings rookie J.J. McCarthy is out for the season with an injury, and Michael Penix Jr. will sit behind Kirk Cousins. That's sports. On the Fox News Rundown, I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
This is a divided country. We've known that for a while. We know it so much that me saying it's a divided country sounds cliche. When you take a political stance, Amina Kimes has done this time and time again, you're going to get criticized for it. Now, getting criticized for it and someone coming after your race or religion or whatever, wrong. And whoever does that is wrong. Amina Kimes presenting proof of what appears to me to be a couple of Russian bots and one person who used a name that's not their real name. They're cowards, people who post stuff like that. Now, Clay responded and showed examples of him being called cracker and MFer and all these other things from people too. Clay's not blaming Mina Kimes and her kind. So Mina Kimes should not be posting to Clay that it's you and your type and your readers that are doing this to me repeatedly. You don't know that.
I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
As America's largest injury firm, we have advantages few others do. Our results and reputation are well known to the other side, and we have a track record of going toe-to-toe with them and winning big. But what does that mean for you? What does that mean for your case? I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. One of the things we're most proud about is that we set up our firm so that your case gets lots of attention from a lot of people. Our technology and army of lawyers give us insight and oversight into every detail and every moment of your case. Paralegals, legal assistants, investigators, buildings with boxes of evidence. Every resource carefully designed to get you the most possible. And at Morgan & Morgan, we even have a dedicated team to make sure that your calls are returned that very same day. Injured? Dial pound law. That's pound 529. There's only one Morgan & Morgan. ForThePeople.com.
Visit ForThePeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official partner of the Philadelphia 76ers.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real-person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My dad, Len, always says, the minute you get in a car, everyone, front and back, should buckle up.
And my son Jordan always says, the minute you get in a car accident, first seek medical attention and then call us. This is Len Lundy.
And I'm Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. My dad and I hope you never meet us because of an accident. But if you do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyer.
Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies. including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens. And it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
You hear more and more about identity theft in the news every day. That's because so much of your personal info is out of your control, like your insurance provider that has your social security number and your favorite retailer that has your payment details. If they get breached, your information's vulnerable. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed or your money back. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code PLAY at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
It's another City Connect Friday night at the Bank on August 30th at 6:40 when the Phils battle the Braves. CBP is the place to be. Secure your seats at Phillies.com. Lace up your sneakers for Independence Blue Cross Senior Stroll the Bases on Wednesday, August 28th, when fans 55 and over get a chance to circle the diamond following the Phillies-Astros game starting at 4:05. Secure your seats at Phillies.com.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Guys, if you're over 40, we got to talk about lower testosterone.
Lower testosterone impacts millions of guys, so it's important you know the signs.
Like feeling lower energy levels or libido, losing muscle, or being out of shape.
So, what can you do? That's where Nugenix Total T comes in. Nugenix is a testosterone booster that can help guys get back to how they felt before lower testosterone.
And right now, you can actually get a complimentary bottle of Nugenix to try.
The fact is, lower testosterone doesn't go away without doing something about it, and Nugenix could be the help you need to trim up, stay lean, and get back the energy you used to have.
Text CAR to 369-369 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever. Absolutely free. Text CAR to 369-369. That's CAR to 369-369.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-580-7766. 800-580-7766. That's 800-580-7766.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Thursday, August 22nd. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app and streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210. That is the phone number if you'd like to join the show on social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Henry Michette, our associate producers. It is all about 21st century masculinity on today's program, folks. If you stayed up late last night, you know what that is in reference to. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Doing great.
Gregory?
What, did you shave?
Look at you.
Yeah,
Me? What?
I look like a powdered donut.
What?
My daughter said.
What?
Screwed up.
What?
Yeah, I made a mistake, tactical error. I wasn't coloring inside of the lines, so to speak. And I was like, you know what? Let's just get rid of it.
Wow.
Let's do it over again in 2 weeks.
You look naked.
You do.
I feel naked, Dawn.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, I do.
Well, maybe this will be the start of something new. If you're watching on YouTube, thumbs up or thumbs down on Nick without the facial hair.
Yeah. Not even a 5 o'clock shadow. It's just like a scruff, a stubble.
You look like a powdered donut.
My daughter
That is
said-
amazing.
Yeah, my wife said I look like a pedophile, and my daughters were like, "You look like a powdered donut."
It's amazing.
Then I got hungry.
Is it a masculine? Do you look masculine?
I'd have to ask Tim
610.
Walls. I'd have to ask Tim Walls and the Democrats.
I am dying to hear Dawn's take on the Walls kid controversy. But let's not do it now.
Let's not do it now.
6:30.
That's right.
6:30.
As Stalker has been known to say in the past.
Know your load.
Yeah, exactly. And we're not going to shoot it too early. Just at the right time. 6:30 on that commentary.
Yeah, baby.
A lot of good stuff to get to. Day 3 DNC recap finale tonight as Kamala takes center stage. Also, a ton of news yesterday about Bobby Kennedy. Friday, he's going to drop out apparently.
Oh, God.
He's supposed to be in the same city as Trump. Are they going to join forces?
Can I do it? And I told you so. Remember the other day when I said Oprah's a big phony?
Yes.
Now
and
is
she was there last night.
Now is everybody agreeing with me?
Yeah, pretty much.
Dawn, do you agree with me now? That Oprah sucks?
Oprah does not suck.
She does.
Nothing.
Thank
All of these people from the past, I wish they would just stay there and not get involved.
The Dems are bringing out
know,
everybody they
that's just
possibly
it.
can.
Essentially, they've
It just
brought
shows
out,
you they're desperate.
They've brought out every likable black woman not named Kamala Harris.
Oh,
right?
we have a montage of the media gushing over Michelle Obama.
Yep.
Like nobody can say a bad word about it.
No,
Nobody.
no.
It's like against the law.
She is truly Mother Teresa.
It is almost against the law
Yep.
to say anything bad about Michelle Obama.
Right.
And we have all of the pundits to prove that, and we'll do that at 7:45.
All of that still ahead this morning, plus the Washington Post, as Biden's inner circle knew about it all along and tried to hide and conceal it. We're also going to get into a little video of Thomas Matthew Crooks that was accidentally picked up on TikTok that obliterates law enforcement's timeline. We'll get to that as we continue this morning. And also Democrats and social media influencers. That's on the way. And we didn't get to this yesterday, but I do want to save a little spot for it today. We got to figure out if the accusations are true about AOC and her adopted accent at the convention.
Oh, I love this.
This is going to be an audio-video analysis that we will break down this morning. Plus the cut sheet, your voicemails, and if you hate the fact that I shaved my beard, you can call me a powder donut all morning long.
Not nice.
All right, let's get to the news. Round number 1 at 6:05. Go ahead, real quick. What you got?
What's the Kayal Doppler temperature say today, Don Stenslin?
Ooh, it's a flat 61.
61
Oh,
degrees.
it's not even 61.9.
No, it's an even 61.
61 here in Center City. It might be in the 50s in the suburbs. If you're in the suburbs this morning, probably in the 50s.
You guys crack me up.
Or the lake that I'm going to next week. It's in the 40s, so
Yeah,
nice and cold. Nice and cold next week.
The Stalker end of summer sabbatical.
Thank you.
All right, Dawn with the news at 6:05. Take it away, dear.
And good morning, Kayal and Company News Live. Yes, it's cool. It's crisp. I'll talk about a change in the forecast upcoming. We are sponsored this morning in the news by Piazza Auto Group. And we'll talk about back to school in a moment. But first, we do have a breaking news story developing with Philadelphia police investigating 4 people shot in West Philadelphia. So on the scene of that one. And as we talk about back to school, Temple University police say they're investigating this series of crimes whereby students have been attacked or robbed, Temple students attacked or robbed in Philadelphia. And this is, first-year students this week at Nick Kayal's alma mater, obviously, first-year students arriving for the new semester. So It's a welcome back week. They're moving in, and hey, welcome to Philadelphia.
Yeah, now give me your binders and highlighters, or nobody gets hurt. What a charade.
So they're tracking all of these. There was one 11th and Montgomery Avenue. This really started with this week, the first one on Monday, and then pretty much every day we've had scores of these where there were attacks. Broad and Cecil B. Moore, the subway station. So in and around Philadelphia, but they're putting out the warning. Temple and Philadelphia police say they're working together, and they did arrest 3 individuals. But the 3 may not be responsible for all of these happening.
Okay.
And so it's kind of open season, as university police are also saying they're coming up with multiple precautions, including the use of license plate reading camera technology, expanding investigations, its special unit, as well as some major upgrades to their campus dispatch system.
Okay.
So we don't have serious injuries of any of the students, but many of them rattled, shaken up because they're not, let's say, street smart or city smart. They're not from here.
Of course not. Especially the freshmen, right? First time on campus. If I was holding freshman orientation down at Temple and North Broad, I would say, just don't venture off campus, all right? Just stay in your little confines.
Yes. We've just a couple of follow-ups as we talk about back-to-school news. Parents have been outraged in New Jersey and South Jersey. Their school leaders proposed cutting what they called complimentary bus services. And so there's still one grade school that's dealing with this. And this was an interim superintendent in South Jersey who had proposed the discontinuing of these, what they're calling courtesy bus services for elementary school services. And so this was another one last night. This is Delanco Township, Burlington County. We've talked about other school districts across the region, one of which in South Jersey had rescinded that after being blasted by parents. But in this one, what they're saying, and this is an interim superintendent, Leonard Fitz, says, we don't have bus drivers.
Oh, no. Well, I mean, I know of a few that could actually swing by and start helping if they're in the business of looking for more work.
My foot's gonna be so far up your it's gonna dangle at your damn nose.
We're gonna bring our lady from Ohio back.
Hey, she's available.
She's available.
So these parents meeting last night at this meeting, really furious because this in particular is an elementary school, and so they were saying if you live within 2 miles, you're gonna walk to school.
This is almost a carbon copy paste job of the story from a few weeks ago.
Yes. But in this case, in the other one, they weren't necessarily citing that they don't have a school bus driver. They were trying to save money. And this one, they're saying, we just don't have the bus driver. We're looking for someone.
Wow. Well, they might have to up the incentives to get people to actually do that thankless job.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the problem. It's like defund the bus driver. A lot of bus drivers were fired or censured because maybe they didn't follow protocols or this sort of thing. And so they're trying to deal with it. These parents are furious, though, saying in many cases, to have a 6, 7-year-old, 8-year-old child walking 2 miles.
Oh, no, it's outrageous.
They don't have the sidewalks.
Yeah,
It's not a clear shot.
No.
So we've got that one going on. I'll headline another one for you, and that is that in Lower Merion, we talked about this last year. They are instituting starting an hour later for the high school. And so the issue here they're saying is they're warning everybody that, we have a lot of students and the bus is running an hour later. That may disrupt your work schedule. That may disrupt your morning commute because you're thinking that you're going to work at 9 and most students maybe are in school by 8, not so much anymore.
Oh boy.
And then some parents are not happy with it because of sports scheduling. That now this throws that off because not everybody they're playing or facing also has that same delayed schedule.
Was it always this complicated?
No.
I swear, I hate to be the guy. Well, back in my day, but I don't know. I got up, I went to school, I got home from school, I did my thing. Now we've got all these little, we don't have bus drivers and you can't walk this far. The whole thing is just absurd. Let's not overcomplicate things like going to school and go to work, folks. I mean, it's just annoying at this point.
Amen, brother. We in our region are making international headlines with this warning about, and I always think of that Chris Rock bit about Tiger's going to go Tiger. This is really what you would say. It's a startling video, let's just say, of this woman who goes to the zoo and sticks her hand in the tiger cage in New Jersey. They put this out because they want to find this woman. There were people who were recording this is a 500-pound Bengal tiger that this woman sticks her hand through the fence. She jumped to the outer perimeter fence, then goes very close, tries to touch this 500-pound kitty Bengal tiger, nearly bites her. And police have released the video. It's quite disturbing. But this is the Cohasset Zoo in New Jersey. Police releasing this, putting this out there, Bridgeton Police Department, and they're saying, we want to find this woman.
Yeah, I have no sympathy for anybody that gets injured going into a blocked off area with wild animals. Like, if that lady would have got shredded, serves her right.
But you know what the problem is, Nick? And the police addressed that. They said, and we've seen this in past cases, if this tiger, let's say, grabbed the woman and then had her arm in its jaws, they would be forced to euthanize the tiger.
Which is terrible, which is awful. It's absolutely awful. It's just like, showing up at somebody else's front door and coming in their house. Like, I'm sorry, you walked into my house, I shot you. You shouldn't have walked in,
So do you think they would change? They should change the protocols, like put up a sign and say, "Hey,
why does that tiger have to be put down because some dope wanted to go viral on social media? Look at me, I jumped the fence. You come into my turf, the rules get thrown out the window."
I love it.
That's the way I view it.
Well, we are sponsored this morning. There's so much going on, and I'm not touching all. There's so much that Nick Kayal's going to get to, and we're going to get to with what Trump did. Actions speak louder than words last night at the DNC. But we are sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group Acura Summer of Performance event. It's happening now at Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Reading, as well as Westchester. Get financing as low as 2.9% for 48 months on the all-electric ZDX. Just shop online, piazzaacura.com. Macy's sponsoring our weather and sports. Phillies, Braves in Atlanta.
Wow.
Woohoo!
No sweep.
3-2.
Yeah.
I was wrong. No sweep.
You were wrong.
I'm so glad on this one. I'm glad you were wrong.
By the way, because of your shaved look, Mike Carr on the YouTube chat says, "Get off the screen, Nick. You're freaking me out."
I agree.
Really?
I should go audio only today. I'm going to work remotely for a while.
Maybe put a bag on your head.
Paper or plastic, your call.
Not nice. He looks very clean cut and smooth and shiny.
Yeah.
Greg's not liking it.
Yeah, he's not.
We are at 60 degrees right now, heating up to, as we're sponsored by Macy's for back to school forecast. 60 degrees right now, heating up to 78 degrees as that cool fall weather we've been enjoying. Now we're headed back to, August weather. So 78 bright sunny skies today, 82 tomorrow. Beautiful Friday for you tomorrow. And then for your weekend, we're looking to the mid-80s. Saturday, 85 degrees. Clouds, but and sun. No major precipitation in the forecast. Sunday is the sunnier day with total sunshine, 87 degrees. And then into your Monday, we may see some showers, but 88 degrees. So next week, we return to the higher 80s. But we're still in this beautiful weather pattern for sure. And Macy's sponsoring our weather and sports, our Phil's win against the Braves. It's Macy's ultimate shopping event with an extra 25% off designers, which rarely go on sale. This is one of my favorite sales of the year. 15% off beauty, too. That's unheard of. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions do apply. Check it out. Macy's ultimate shopping event. Thank you, Macy's, for sponsoring our sports, Phil's, weather, Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Don, thank you very much. 6:15 Thursday morning. Let's get to another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
And it's brought to you by Wawa. Day 3 at the DNC. Wednesday in Chicago, it was all about two men who make you cringe. Bill Clinton and Tim. Lies so high you can build multiple walls. Every time I see him and I hear him, The word that comes to mind for me is tool. That's how I would describe Kamala Harris's vice president nominee, except he doesn't have a TV show featuring home improvement and Al Borland as his sidekick. Not a partisan attack from yours truly. Take my word for it because I'm not alone. How about Axios, of all places, illustrating how Timmy's mouth has been getting him in trouble for many years? Axios with this headline, quote, Tim Walz's words have been getting him in trouble for years. So let's go inside of Walz's gaffe factory, shall we? But before we get to his words, we have to physically get there, right? So let's jog it out, as Richard Simmons would. Take a look at this side by side. Listen and watch this. Look at this. Tim Walz. Modern day Richard Simmons. Yeah, baby. Got to do that stretching before you take the stage, right, Timmy? In the world of Walz's words, I think words like weird or cringe are applicable. And what in the world was that? You would have thought he was coming out as a guest on the Ellen DeGeneres show. All right, back to words. Axios writes, to close observers back home, his tendency to misspeak or make inaccurate or inconsistent public comments may sound familiar. Jeez, that sounds eerily similar to Joe Biden. Maybe Kamala Harris at this point in her career just likes to be surrounded by old-looking white guys who always lie. But here's a really obscure, unknown selection. That's really what Tim Walz is, who in just a few months has had largely nothing but negative coverage, and rightfully so. According to an Associated Press poll, 4 out of 10 Americans don't know enough about Walz to form an opinion on the Minnesota governor. Meanwhile, the same goes for J.D. Vance, as 3 in 10 do not know enough about the Ohio senator. However, for some reason, Walz has a 36% favorability rating compared to J.D. Vance's 27%. Uninformed, unknown. It's just the way the Democrats like it, and it's exactly the playbook that the Democrat Party is installing with their voting base. Dem voters don't know hardly a thing about Tim Walz. They don't even know much about Kamala Harris. That's why it's up to Trump and Vance to expose them for what they are. Trump and Vance need to define Harris and Walz. And how do you do it? How about this for a crafty political tactic yesterday? Since Kamala Harris's official campaign doesn't have a single policy listed on their website, in the world of technology and trolling, you can define their policies for the American public. It's exactly what the Trump campaign has done. Trump staff has created Kamala2024policies.com to lay out her platform for voters. The homepage saying, quote, Kamala Harris's dangerous policies are nothing to laugh about. And on the main page, if you visit Kamala2024policies.com, you'll see 9 different drop-down boxes with a variety of policies ranging from fighting to set murderers free, to abolish borders, to Bidenomics working. If Harris and Walz won't define their vision, let their track records speak for itself. We know Tim Walz is a liar. He's a coward for bailing on his country at a time of war to enter into politics and take the easy way out instead of taking the battlefield. But firsthand information and a firsthand account always lands with people. Here's Major Tom Barron's on the Dom Show here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, describing in detail how Walz took the easy way out over 20 years ago. Listen and watch this.
Well, I think what he did is, and I've had other soldiers say that they were at battalion when he quit. And I was up at Devarty. I was in Division Artillery. After he quit, I got the call and I went in his place. But when he quit, he basically, I think he snuck out or the best term is probably slithered out the door and tried to just allow the paperwork to maybe catch up with him and maybe not. Because, if I would have done what he did and I said, well, I'm quitting, I'm not going to Iraq, I don't like Bush's war and whatever, that's what I'm going to do, I'd have went into the office and I'd have said, my paperwork needs to state that I need to be reduced to Master Sergeant. I want that filled out so I can sign it and be done. And he basically snuck out. He ended up with an honorable discharge, which I question whether he even should have got it, because he should have had repercussions, I think, for doing what he did. he was a political activist back then. He campaigned for Kerry. He was actually worked for the Kerry campaign when he, you know, I'm pretty damn sure he shouldn't have done that, and he should have been reprimanded for it. But I think he just left with all that, hoping it wasn't going to catch him. And then the state of Minnesota caught it, and they reduced him to E8 that fall. But, you know, the soldier was not available for signature because he wasn't a soldier anymore.
Does that sound like a man who will be second in command, who will stand tall against China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, and other evil nations as we are on the precipice of a powder keg exploding and World War III happening? One patriot who actually was deployed and served right around the same time that Timmy tucked his tail between his legs is Tulsi Gabbard. She has recently joined Donald Trump to help prep him for debate time with Kamala, and she had this to say about Kamala Harris on Fox News. Listen and watch.
Really, Jesse, it was exposing her for her hypocrisy. She is a typical politician who will say one thing and do another. Rules for thee, but not for me. And that's a reflection of exactly how she is going through this debate prep. She's got her pollsters surrounding her. They're telling her word for word exactly the things that she needs to say, the lines she needs to memorize so that she can act and put on a big show in this debate. And it's such a huge contrast. You know, you saw once she was confronted and challenged a little bit on her hypocrisy, she didn't respond very well. And I think that points to the big contrast that the American people will see in this upcoming debate. President Trump is real. He is not a politician by any means. I don't think we want another typical politician who is choosing their every word very carefully. He's a real person, a strong leader, a strong debater who has strong views on issues. And you don't have to guess where he stands on those issues, and you don't have to guess about what he will do because he's got 4 years of a record to stand on of success.
And one of those records to stand on, one of those victories, was the economy. The Trump economy to the Biden-Harris economy is like Mercedes-Benz to Subaru. No disrespect to Subaru, but it's just no contest. And speaking of the economy and how fake it is, let's check in on the latest revision to the fake economy of the Biden-Harris administration. Here was some breaking news yesterday with the jobs report on Wednesday. Listen and watch this gem.
This is a huge revision down, 818,000 fewer jobs. This is basically the government's overstated the amount of people in the workforce. And even when you look under this, manufacturing was down 115,000 people. So this is a revision down, a significant revision down, the largest in 15 years that we've seen. And it basically says that the government has now overstated the amount of people who are working in this workforce. It shows weakness in the job markets over the past year that we didn't realize was there, but now we know is there. So again, 818,000 overall jobs down, manufacturing down 115,000 in this. And if you just wrote construction down 45,000. So these numbers are huge numbers in revisions down.
As artificial as Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. But let's get to night number 3 of the DNC. First up, we had Bill Clinton. Here was the 42nd president of the United States. Listen and watch this gem from late last night.
Now let's cut to the chase.
Yeah.
I am too old to gild the lily. 2 days ago, I turned 78, the oldest man in my family for 4 generations. And the only personal vanity I want to assert is I'm still younger than Donald Trump.
Didn't I tell you that they would try talking about age now? Remember, age was not an issue when Joe was in until it became an issue. And now Kamala's 18 years younger than Trump, and they're going to try to hammer home those points. And Bill Clinton is a few days younger than Donald Trump. But by the way, if you want to compare age, you look at Clinton, he looks and sounds like a corpse who has cheated death 5 times. I know he's had health issues. But let's not compare 78-year-olds, Bill Clinton and Donald Trump. If Clinton's 78, I would look at Trump and say he's more like 68. And we know Clinton's track record of personal judgment and morality outside of his 8 years on policy. But let me ask you this. The Democrats try to be the party of decency in their battle against Donald Trump, yet you trot this creep out. We know the history of proven immorality. We know the allegations of a certain island, and they want to lecture you on Donald Trump and Stormy Daniels. If there's one man that Hillary probably hates more than Trump, it's her husband. Just my personal opinion. And lastly, the main eventer, the St. Paul Simmons of Minnesota, Tim Walz. Go ahead, buddy. Time's yours. Listen and watch this one.
They'll start jacking up the costs on the middle class. They'll repeal the Affordable Care Act. They'll gut Social Security and Medicare. And they will ban abortion across this country, with or without Congress.
Lies, lies, and more IVF lies. We'll get to that coming up at 6:30. But, sir, I would respectfully disagree. The middle class is no more because of Bidenomics, because of inflation, and because of what Joe and Kamala have done for 3 years and 9.5 months. And speaking of Kamala, tonight is the headliner, the main event, Kamala Harris. All the white liberal women will be clapping and hooting and hollering. They'll be waving their signs. They don't know anything about her. And if they do, they didn't like her for 3.5 years. Now all of a sudden they're reinvigorated. That's fine, because the honeymoon is about to end. The DNC closes tonight, and then the real fight begins. Debates, policies, no hiding. The betting market is shifted in favor of Trump by 4 or 5 points. The polls remain basically a coin flip. If you're Trump, you just continue to refine yourself while defining your opponent. It's your best path forward, and that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Sponsored this morning by Wawa. They have Southwest flavors like the roasted chicken fajita veggie quesadilla or the beef steak burrito with salsa roja. Try a burrito, bowl, or quesadilla and build it just how you like it. Gotta have a Wawa. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Full reaction, your thoughts and comments from day number 3 of the DNC, and more lies from IVF Timmy on the other side. But no lies about Piazza, just straight facts. I think Piazza Mazda in Westchester, the best bang for your buck these days. We're talking about the 2024 Mazda CX-30. The dynamic CX-30 offers 8 different trim levels, creating a perfect fit for every lifestyle. When it comes to performance, iActive all-wheel drive is standard, and the available turbocharged engine packs a surprising punch. Safety features such as blind spot monitoring and lane assist get it a 5-star overall safety rating. Visit Piazza Mazda in Westchester, Reading, or online right now. Do it during the break. PiazzaMazda.com. If you stop out in person, tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you constantly searching for an extra energy boost? As we age, our bodies produce less of the natural fuel needed to combat fatigue. Discover Rescue Orosine. From Rescue Natural Supplements, Rescue Orosine helps enhance energy production at the cellular level, supports a healthy heart, and maintains optimal blood pressure. Plus, right now, our exclusive radio listeners can take advantage of a special offer. Buy 1 bottle of Orosine, get another completely free. All that you have to do is use the code FUEL when placing your order. To place an order, visit res-q.com or call 800-26-ALIVE. Again, that's 800-262-5483. Speak with a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant. Don't miss out on this limited time offer. Remember, use that code FUEL at checkout. Again, mention the code FUEL when you call or use it at res-q.com to get that second bottle of energy boosting Rescue Orosine totally free.
President Biden's big inflation problem is still here. The Pittsburgh Post-Gazette reported, quote, more working Pennsylvania families are struggling to make ends meet. But instead of helping us, Senator Bob Casey backed President Biden's disastrous agenda. Casey voted with Biden 98% of the time, including for trillions in wasteful spending. All of that Washington spending made inflation worse, making families pay more. If that wasn't enough, Casey also voted repeatedly in favor of higher taxes on Social Security benefits. That's right, Senator Casey voted in favor of higher taxes on seniors' benefits, leaving seniors with less money in their pockets. Higher taxes for seniors and higher prices for everyone. Call Senator Casey at 202-224-6324. Tell him to put Pennsylvania families first and fix his inflation disaster. Support S575, the Fight Inflation Through Balanced Budgets Act, paid for by One Nation, onenationamerica.org.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau and experts in the Fresh Start Initiative.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief. Comedian Joe Conklin.
Ship snappers moving from Kensington to Delco?
My uncle used to sell his gallstones at the Bazaar of All Nations out on Baltimore Pike. Had a nice establishment here, 3 different dart teams and 4 leagues, video poker, and hard-boiled eggs, pickled eggs. We keep them right out on the bar there.
See Joe Conklin in Delco at the Media Theater with the City Rhythm Orchestra, Saturday, November 16th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
I am Judith Krupnik, president of Cherry Hill Volvo. I drive an absolutely fabulous XC90 hybrid, the best of both electric and internal combustion. It's really an incredible Volvo. We are offering a $15,000 discount when leasing any 2024 XC90 hybrid in stock. If ever an XC90 was on your list, now is the time to visit Cherry Hill Volvo. $15,000.
Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is known for being South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. Choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area or have their master jewelers create a one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at familyjewelers.com.
Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Your 401k goes up and down. That's fine when you're 40, but not when you're 60. Find out how to protect your hard-earned money. Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles.
Highly logical.
Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Now let's cut to the chase. I am too old to gild the lily.
What the hell does that mean?
2 days ago, I turned 78, the oldest man in my family for 4 generations. And the only personal vanity I want to assert is I'm still younger than Donald Trump.
Jeez. So creepy, man.
Oh, man. Creepy, cringe, weird, insert whatever bizarre adjective you'd like to use.
Gild the lily?
Yeah. As Don Stensland would say, leave Lily alone, Billy.
What the hell does that mean?
I have no idea.
Just him saying it is so creepy.
It is.
Gild the lily.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
I have a young relative named Lily, so when he said it, I was like, ah, you leave little Lily alone.
Way to step on it.
She's an intern.
Way to step on it.
Now let's cut to the chase.
Let's cut to the chase.
I am too old to gild the lily.
Ugh. Jim, if you're listening, I need that on my board. We need the Gilda Lily drop. Kayal and Company as we roll on. It is a Thursday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get that Odyssey app fired up. Get on over to YouTube to watch the show. I actually stayed up and watched every single second, so I'm running on low sleep. I got lots of energy, not complaining, but I was up until the end of that production last night for I don't even know what reason why. There was nothing about last night that was any different than Tuesday or Monday, and that's my takeaway so far through 3 nights of this facade. It's 3 nights in, they haven't talked policy at all. It's just talking about Trump. It's about hope. It's about joy. It's about change. It's about all this fluff that if you were running for class president in the 7th grade, you'd be talking about all this inconsequential hogwash that doesn't matter. But this is like real life. These are adults, 18 plus, that are able to vote, some of them illegally. And you have all this nonsense going on for the 3rd straight night in the United Center in Chicago. And everybody just eats it up. They eat it up. They eat it up. I actually flipped over and watched a little of the post-debate coverage last night. Scott Jennings, I get it, Republican, but he's the lone wolf basically on the set for CNN. And he said basically, and I'm paraphrasing here, what did we just watch last night? What did we just sit through for 5 hours? Dawn, there was zero substance. It's just filler and fluff.
You're exactly right. And that's by design, of course. I'm glad that because the first 2 nights I stayed up late and watched the whole thing. Last night, I fell asleep, I think during Shapiro. I think I got through most of his stuff, and then I fell asleep, and then I woke up, and it was Gutfeld with playing some YouTuber or whatever that interviewed Trump, and they were talking about cocaine, and I thought I was sleeping.
Yeah, it's Theo Vaughn podcast, yeah. Yep.
And I was like, what is this? I'm like, wait a minute, I'm not dreaming. This is actually, but I fell asleep. I just was, and that's just it. If you did fall asleep, you really didn't miss it.
No, you didn't. Actually, the most action, honestly, of all 3 days, the last 3 days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, has been what's going on in the news cycle leading up to the main event each night, which yesterday, and we'll get to Tim Walz and another IVF lie in just a moment, but the jobs report yesterday, which is something I wanted to highlight in the big take. I mean, they overinflated the jobs by almost 1 million.
It was a little mistake, Nick.
What was it, 818,000?
I mean.
And the jobs that they are reporting, I believe, are mostly COVID bounce-back jobs that were eliminated over the last 3.5, 4 years. They are also jobs that have gone to illegal immigrants. And you have a lot of people that are struggling to find work because they've been kicked to the curb for lower income salaries by people that are willing to bust their you-know-what for a cheaper rate. So this, again, we talk about the stock market. We talk about the economy. Dawn, it's all artificial. And the worst part is there was somebody from Biden's Commerce Department yesterday that was trying to say, no, Trump is out there saying this. I'm like, no, your own department is fact-checking and correcting you, lady. It ain't Trump.
And that's just it. How do you not know that and know that it's coming? And so for people within this administration, first of all, to not be ready with an answer and just lie and say, well, I'm not familiar with that. Well, then that's a real problem if that statement was true, number one. But number two, how do you come out with that big reveal? And it came out between 10 and 10:30 yesterday morning, so I did report it as they were reporting it. And these are government, Labor Department, and this is not a political situation at all. It's a revision. Who gets fired?
I know. How does this happen all the time?
If you're in any other job and you mess up with that kind of that's a huge, at first they were thinking it was 1 million, and then they came back with the, more than 3/4 of 1 million. But who gets fired, and how do you not make a major announcement that this is not acceptable? This will not happen again because it affects trust. We already have, all the questioning of our institutions, from the media to the government, post-pandemic. To your point, Nick, it's just
there's no accountability. No. Nobody ever has their feet held to the fire. I mean, 818,000 jobs. That would be like Stocker getting ratings and revenue in a quarterly report to the bosses at Odyssey. cataclysmically wrong. And he's just like, oh, well, I'm sorry, my bad. Yeah, we just it slipped through the cracks. Like, I'm sure he would have his feet held to the fire.
Remember when I said yesterday that 250,000 people listened to our stream in the month of July? Sorry, guys, I got that wrong. It was actually just 250. So,
not 250,000.
No, it was just 250.
Just a flat
people.
250 people.
Just 250 people. So sorry, I kind of got that wrong by 1,000.
But seriously, think about even Obama mentioned it. People always talk about, Trump loves to exaggerate crowd size.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say you believe. Let's say you're listening right now, and you're one of those people who says, "Yeah, Trump loves to exaggerate size." Which, by the way, that's a guy thing. Okay,
That's not 21st century masculinity.
and so whatever. There's no consequence to somebody to anybody. As far as on a personal level, making an aside about a crowd size, there's no consequence. So why isn't everybody talking about this? To your point, you guys, how is it that they released this? This was back in March, April, and the allegation here is at some point they knew that they were exaggerating this, and they were just hoping that nobody would really realize it until after November 5th. Isn't that election interference of some sort?
Yeah.
I mean, and I'm just thinking, where's the committee, like January 6th committee people? Where's the committee looking into this? Because this is impacting consumer confidence. It's impacting our markets. This has tangible results in a negative way now.
Sure, absolutely right. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Now let's get back to the headliner from last night, Tim Walz, who once again lies, despite his own wife basically fact-checking him and the New York Times and CNN, and he peddled out this lie yet again despite being slammed and dunked on for the last 24 to 36 hours about IVF lies. This is K3, Tim Walz on the big stage at the DNC last night. Listen and watch this.
We've got a golden rule. Mind your own damn business. And that includes IVF and fertility treatments. And this is personal for Gwen and I. If you've never experienced the hell that is infertility, I guarantee you know somebody who has. And I can remember praying each night for a phone call. The pit in your stomach when the phone would ring, and the absolute agony when we heard the treatments hadn't worked. It took Gwen and I years, but we had access to fertility treatments. And when our daughter was born, we named her Hope. Hope, Gus, and Gwen, you are my entire world, and I love you. I'm letting you in.
First of all, if you guys don't think that resonates with people, you're insane.
Oh, no, I totally resonate. Oh, I'm not disputing that. I'm just disputing the fact that he basically, number one, that is a complete, he's totally memorized that speech. That is, now I played you that in Wednesday's Big Take from Tim Walz's Tuesday, whatever gathering or wherever I found that audio from. It is literally verbatim the same story, the same verbiage, but most importantly, again, it's the same lie. I don't dispute whether or not that resonates with women and people across the country in the pro-choice community and people that are, having fertility issues. But we just went through an entire news cycle where this was exposed as a lie. They did not use IVF, and he goes out there and rebroadcasts the same lie.
All right, let me say one thing. I'm not defending Tim Walz, but if the Trump campaign and conservative media is playing this up, they're going to lose.
Well, no,
because it is.
No, I'm not saying conservative media is playing up. This was the mainstream media.
I understand what you're saying. If media plays this up, they're going to lose because he didn't. I mean, they still went through fertility treatment. Yes. It just wasn't IVF.
Correct. And look, I mean, in all honesty, if I was the husband or father that had to be on the half of the receiving end of going through that, I would totally botch the three letters. I might call it VIF, VWA. Me, I get everything wrong like that. But I mean, this is, and it's not just this lie. it's the totality of
you.
his lies.
I agree with everything
right?
you're saying. I'm just telling you how this one plays. The drunk driving thing I said I think was horrendous.
Yeah.
They should have stuck with that more.
Yes.
This
because
is
the
not
drunk driving, he
Yes.
blamed his military
100%.
alleged service in combat.
That was the winning. That was the winning message to stick on. This is not because this morning, starting at 7:00, all of the newscasts are going to be playing his son crying and that is going to pull at the heartstrings of every woman in this country.
Dawn, your thoughts as a female with this whole IVF and everything that's going on here with fertility and everything?
First and foremost, Nick say that he would. So I in television worked with a sports guy who one time his IFB, which is your earpiece, and he mistakenly, much like I could see Nick doing this in sports, and he goes, "Oh, excuse me, my IUD is problems."
My DWI.
We never let him live it down. But here's the thing. For anybody who's been through all these procedures, they went through artificial insemination, which is totally different than IVF. So anybody who knows anything about that, what you actually think about him, the fact that he said IVF is that he didn't really know, because all he had, I mean, no disrespect here, but what he did was they give you a magazine and he went in and
filled up a cup and gave the sample
and
to
then
the,
gives the sample, and it's pretty
it.
much the wife has to go through shots and all that stuff.
I know people that have had to go through it.
Yeah. So he got it wrong, which to me tells me, and I think he genuinely got it wrong about saying IVF, because he wasn't as involved as he's claiming. So to me personally, I have my own thoughts about that, because I think he's somebody much like allowing his fellow, National Guardsmen to actually go to combat. And we know the 19-year-old who was killed, and that mom and his fellow, former military members critiquing him and ripping him. To me personally, the pattern is, dude, your wife did everything, and you're trying to make it about you and your emotion and bring yourself into it. It was your wife.
Yeah.
And just like with the stolen valor, it's to me a pattern of stolen valor, because it's all about me, and I'm going to dance on a stage like a dead 80s fitness guru. So it says a lot to me personally, but Greg is exactly right that because fertility treatments in general add emotion, his kids are stinking adorable. His wife is adorable.
He named his boy Gus.
Yeah, but I like
Gus.
that. It's sweet. The family, the kids are adorable. The wife is adorable.
Hope is a cute name. Gwen's a pretty name. And then you got a kid named Gus.
I like Gus.
Low energy.
Get off the bus, Gus.
It is a little low energy.
It is not. Leave the kids out of it. It's not the kids. It's not the wife. Which is to Greg's point that they should stick with the DUI is more concerning.
Well, that's what I was going to ask, because Greg said, and I agree that this, the IVF fertility stuff might not resonate, might not play. It's a poor strategy.
As we're talking about it, Channel 10 literally playing that exact thing. So
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just telling
Everybody's
you that
playing
this
it.
is just.
You've got it pegged how the media is going to cover it.
This is going to be the spin today, and it plays. This plays very well.
Here's the $1 million question.
They hit a home run last night. They hit a home run last night.
So what will play? Because we've heard, and I agree with this. I don't think. Obviously, yes, in the military community, it plays big time. But the younger crowd, not necessarily really interested in military and war and stolen valor. So that won't work, right? IVF and fertility. You can't attack Kamala for this. You can't criticize her for that. So basically, everything that is valid to pick apart the Democrats, Republicans can't do because it, quote, won't play. So what does play? So what should Republicans do? Because, and you can hit me with the stock answer of economy, border, and wars and crime. Okay, well, how's that working in the polls? Because Trump is, basically tied in the polls. You can hammer home policy after policy after. So basically, you know what I feel like? I feel defeated today. Because everything's either off limits or won't resonate or won't play. So what should we do then?
What we should do is
Kamala, you win. You're right. I can't criticize you. I'm going to go home. I won't even vote this year. I mean, seriously. I'm just saying, it's obviously embellishing and tongue in cheek. But what can penetrate the Democrat insular bubble of protection?
pop the bubble.
Pop the bubble.
Pop the bubble.
Like Dr. Pimple Popper.
That's right. Dr. Pimple Popper. Pop the bubble by talking about, look at their actions and then look at their lies and their words. Look at his actions. Somebody says, you mind your own business.
Yeah,
He's the guy who created the snitch line.
Okay.
Watch his actions. He's the guy who wanted to run on, for his partisan political career, he wanted to be able to run on the fact that he was a combat veteran, but he never was. He's the guy who wants to claim that, he in his own campaign releasing those statements, and as Greg pointed out earlier this week, the campaign, this is not some huge, vast national campaign. And Greg nobody said this, and I love that you said this, Greg, earlier in the week, about the fact that this was a tiny local campaign that he was running.
Yeah, it was probably 7 people, literally 7 people, and nothing would have gone on in that campaign without his knowledge.
Yep.
So he was 100% involved in covering up and lying about that DUI, which is far more egregious to me. And I think would resonate more with the American people than him getting IVF wrong.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I just don't think that, it's not like he didn't go through it. He did. He just got the terminology wrong.
Yeah. No.
So I just don't think that is a, if the Republicans are talking about that stuff, it's a losing message. But Nick, to your point, you are right. Because now all of a sudden the media has deemed everything off limits.
Everything's either off limits or doesn't work. So what do you do?
But I think that to make him the butt of every joke.
Yeah.
That when somebody, something happens, it's like, oh no, that happened to me. I mean, I'm surprised he didn't get up there and say he personally had IVF because men can be pregnant.
I also think that they need to ignore Tim Walz and concentrate on Kamala.
Yeah. I totally agree. He is so inconsequential. He's so unimpressive. Like, yeah, you can expose him for his lies. It's frustrating, and that was I was saying this to my wife last night at like 10:30 as I'm watching it, and she's just zoning out on her phone because she hates all this stuff. And I'm just like,
woman.
yeah, I'm like, so basically everything's in play when you can attack. I mean, Trump could fart and he could be indicted. Yet 80% of what you can attack Harrison Walz on either doesn't resonate, doesn't land, or is off limits, or it's bullying, or it's, well, she's a female. I'm thinking like, and I said this to my wife, politics is dirty. It's grimy. You want to just take a shower after. That's why I shower after every show. I feel disgusting just talking about some of that, and I sweat a lot anyway because the lights in here are very bright. But I'm sorry. It's the same thing with when I mentioned about Mina Kimes from ESPN talking about Tim Walz's masculinity. No, I'm sorry, Mina Kimes. You don't get to claim you're under attack because you delved into politics. So when you open up yourself for those, you should look at my Twitter mentions some days. I get people that criticize me and attack me all the time. I don't sit here and cry about it and whine about it. It comes with the territory. I'm sorry, Kamala's running for the most powerful position in the world, and a lot of this stuff should be on the table, and the media tells you basically what's off limits and what's not. After 9 years of going after Trump, right? Like, Trump was seen with the MyPillow guy. Like, oh, my God. Like, does that really matter?
Let me ask you guys a question, and maybe we can get into this in the 7 o'clock hour because I know we have to break. But do you think that these conventions, we know, as people who follow this all the time, are worthless? They're just a giant show.
Yeah, it's a production.
It's a production. But for the average person watching at home, who may not watch it, just sees clips on the morning shows or whatever, it looks like a giant party.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what what social media has taught me? Everybody wants to be included in something.
Yes.
Everybody wants to be part of the in crowd. Everybody wants to be a part of the next big thing. Does this look like a party that people are like, hey, yeah, I want to be a part of that. I want to be a part of that. Look at them dancing around. Look at them having fun. You know what I mean? Like, that's all social media is. It's a bunch of people who lie about how fun their life is.
Right.
That's basically what the DNC is.
That's a great point.
It's a bunch of people, politicians, who are not cool, whose sole job is to F up your life. Say, hey, look at us. We're fun. We're cool.
Right.
Come have a party with us.
Right.
And the American people, I think, if social media teaches you anything, they buy it.
It's interesting because both sides, RNC and DNC, have tried to throw this vibe of I compared Thursday of the RNC to Woodstock. Of course, I was embellishing, but it was an energetic thing. Same thing with the DNC. There's juice in that building, despite what anybody's willing to say or admit. There's a lot of energy there. It is an interesting comparison. But let me ask you this: for the casual person, do you think the casual person is staying up, and on both sides, by the way, to watch the main event at 11 o'clock at night?
20 million people watched over all the networks, not including streaming, for 2 nights. When you think about that number, it's minuscule. It's minuscule
compared to the population. I'd love to see how it dwindles as time goes on throughout the night too.
Which means more people are watching online or clips, or watching on these cable news shows, which proves my point that if people see this and you're like, I want to be a part of that party.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. 855-839-1210. Dawn with some news to kick off hour number 2. And then the big news from yesterday. Will Trump get a bump from Bobby? Kennedy set to split on Friday. Where will he land, and will he have an impact? Back after this on Kayal and Company.
Hey, Dawn here. When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, in just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Labor Day signals that fall is fast approaching. Apple picking, fall leaves, and chilly nights are on the horizon. With Legacy Box, you can cozy up and watch something special this fall. Your family's home movies. Legacy Box is the simple, safe, all-inclusive solution for preserving your family's memories, trapped on videotapes, film, even photos. After 10 years in business, Legacy Box is the world's largest digitizer. They've helped over 1 million families relive their wedding days, babies' first steps, and family road trips. Just fill Legacy Box with your VHS tapes, film reels, or pictures. Legacy Box digitizes it all by hand right here in the USA, and then sends it back on a thumb drive or the cloud. Future-proof your recorded moments today so you can gather the family and begin the trip down memory lane. Plus, for a limited time, they're offering 55% off. Go to legacybox.com/value to get 55% off. That's legacybox.com/value.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
As a roofer, I'm always on the go. So I need to be able to get things done from anywhere. That's why I partnered with Beacon. With their unique Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips 24/7. I rely on Beacon because I never stop building, and neither do they. Now through September 15th, purchase GAF through Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
40 days up to 40 pounds. Say it with me. 40 days up to 40 pounds. Shed that summer vacation weight by reaching out to NJ Diet. You will lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days and without any shots. NJ Diet is all natural. They use your hair, saliva, and blood work, along with bioenergetic scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements that get your body into the fat-burning zone so you can finally lose that weight. Then, NJ Diet uses DNA info to help you keep it off. Best of all, it's contractually guaranteed. You're fully supervised the entire time to make sure you are burning fat and not just losing water. You even get the doctor's personal email and phone number. Locations in Newark, Delaware, King of Prussia, and Cherry Hill, or available worldwide with live online video consultations. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or schedule your consultation today by going to njdiet.com. That's njdiet.com. 40 days up to 40 pounds. 40 days up to 40 pounds.
Dreaming of a new bathroom?
Emmons Remodeling can turn your dreams into reality. From modern shower or bath surround upgrades to complete remodels, our team of designers and remodeling construction experts deliver stunning results. We use high-quality materials to ensure that your bathroom will look great and last for years to come.
Call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit online at callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
To inside and out.
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start a PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient of PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the teeth in a day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Designers, excavators, engineers, architects, listen up.
What are you doing? We're working here.
If you want to save time, effort, and money on your next underground utility project, start using Pennsylvania One-Call System's Coordinate PA application. Coordinate PA is the next generation of utility coordination that allows you to easily transfer and manage your complex projects from start to finish, all the way from the designer to the excavator. Be prepared for your next underground utility project with Coordinate PA.
Makes sense.
Visit pa1call.org to learn more.
Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company, 7:03, hour number 2 underway here on this Thursday morning, August 22nd. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your workday. Another beautiful morning. According to the Kayal and Company YouTube stream, the visual tracker at the bottom, it's now up to 62.1 degrees. Rising up, baby. Going up, up and away like a rocket ship. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Cut sheet coming up, 7:45. Dawn's news in just a moment. We'll also get to the RFK Jr. news from yesterday. Also, some more visuals from July 13th that we have to dissect. And then also kind of an absurd poll that I saw in regards to Donald Trump's age and fitness. And I've been telling you that this was going to happen. You were going to start to see now that Kamala's into the equation. And, of course, Tim Walz, they're about 18 years younger. They're going to try to paint Trump as the old guy. They're basically going to do what they refused to do with Joe Biden when it was merit and it was warranted and it was justified. So now they'll try to play catch up and they'll run that game on Donald Trump, except I don't think anybody is actually going to buy it. If you consume Donald Trump when you see him at a rally or in front of a camera and a microphone. We'll get to that coming up in just a little bit as well. But let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:04, the great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning. Kayal and Company News Live this Thursday morning, August 22nd. Crisp and cool, just 60 degrees. Full forecast coming right up this morning. And we, of course, we are sponsored by Macy's this morning in Kayal and Company News Live. So in the news, as we're following the very latest of what's going on, Philadelphia police reporting that they do have 3 teens in custody after attacks on Temple University students, especially those first-year freshmen just returning this week. It's a big move-in week, and they did have multiple Temple students who were just coming for moving into school this week and all the freshman activity. And so multiple students either robbed or attacked. 3 teenagers are in custody this morning under arrest. And we have 4 men injured in critical but stable condition this morning after Philadelphia police say gunmen opened fire just outside a storefront in West Philadelphia. It happened about 11 o'clock last night, 4000 block of Lancaster Avenue. But that crime scene and investigation continues through the overnight hours and into this morning. They say at least 2 gunmen firing those shots outside a store there on Lancaster Avenue and took off after firing more shots at men who were standing there at an outdoor area. The suspects fled the area. They say that in all, more than 30 shots were fired at these 4 guys. So we don't know if all 4 were targeted, but certainly at least one of them was, right?
Just awful. So we're picking up the slack for Chicago since the DNC is going on. You got to dial back the crime in Chicago. So Philadelphia said, we'll do our part. Jeez.
Yeah. So I mean, they're looking. It's the same thing I say every morning. I mean, they're reviewing all the surveillance cameras. Nobody's really talking. There are tip lines and cash rewards always every night that is in the morning hours. We talk about what happened, and nobody's talking. And many would say that the reason they're not talking is because sometimes these individuals don't get the maximum. They're not extracted from that community. And so there's a real reason that people don't speak out, that don't turn these individuals in.
Yeah, we just come to accept it. It's we're numb to it now, right? It's standard operating procedure. It's part of the daily grind.
In New Jersey, police releasing more and new video, better video, as they're talking about two different stories in New Jersey. First of all, this video piece shows officers in Belmar, New Jersey, pinning down a surfer to the ground. Why are they pinning this individual down? It has to do with beach tags. Beach tags, often we talk about the beach tag controversy down the shore. Should you or should you not? And these onlookers were, grabbing their phones and making sure that they capture the event on their phone and then putting that out on social media. So a lot of debate on social media. As far as the police chief, she says she's aware of the video. They're reviewing the video, but under arrest is 28-year-old Liam Mahoney from California, arrested and charged with disorderly conduct, resisting arrest, obstruction of justice, but he violated the beach badge or beach tag requirement.
So I'm not I'm not a Jersey Shore goer. Explain to me this beach tag thing.
Oh my gosh!
What?
Yeah.
Really?
We've talked about this a million times. I go down south to the beach.
Oh my goodness!
Oh, you can't be on affiliate radio.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But this was Angelo Cataldi used to go off on this because he hated, and I have come around to support the beach tags because we always get up early, like in Ocean City, especially, or Sea Isle, and you look at the junk that people leave behind, and the crews that are out before sunrise to have to clean up all the crud that the slobs left behind. It's a huge cost.
Sure.
And then you look at the fights that are on the like Ocean City Boardwalk and whatnot. So to me, I support the beach tag cost now because of the cost to the community of all the people who violate the rules, and especially since they're not allowed to really crack down on those violators. But it is a controversy. So basically, if you're at most shore points, you have to, they check for your beach tag.
Okay.
And if there's a daily, you can buy a seasonal. If you're a resident, you get a huge discount.
So it's like a pass to go to Dorney Park for the summer, basically.
Yeah, you crack me up. But you can, and so
Nick playing dumb.
I know.
What's a beach bag?
So, but I will say this, that here's the way to get around it. If you are fishing, then they can't, or if you're in the water, then the way to avoid this, like for years we'd go, kids, get in the water, because they charge for a certain age of kids. So if you're in the water or swimming, they can't charge for that because it's a beach tag.
Okay.
Because you can't tax somebody for going in the ocean, either swimming or fishing.
Okay.
So that's the loophole.
Okay.
So they had to wait for this person who was surfing. They had to wait for him to come in because it's okay if you're out there, but you got to come in eventually.
So, but now the beef is excessive force is the claim here.
I guess. I mean, he resisted arrest though.
And what's his name? Liam Mahoney.
And he's from California.
Yeah, go back to California, dude. What the hell are you doing at the Jersey Shore anyway?
I'm not blaming the cops because they're just enforcing the law.
Yeah.
But what are we doing? What are we doing with this? With these? If you
do
don't
we have
beach
the
bag-
footage? I know you said there's
Oh, yeah.
Do we have it? If we could play it in the cut sheet, maybe coming up, and we can analyze, that'd be great.
Okay,
Yeah.
we will.
I have too much for the cut sheet.
And then,
well, we'll get to it next Tuesday.
And then Tuesday, when Greg's off.
We'll catch up on
that's what we should do.
voicemails. We'll catch up on everything we don't get to from this week.
Greg's off and do like Nick could do like a recap. Like
I slow the show down. We know that.
No, it's just we have like some. It's amazing. People are like, I can't believe you didn't talk about this story. I'm like, dude, we're on for 4 hours. We can only get to so much.
And if we don't get to it, Dawn will get to it. Don will get to it.
Yeah, somebody will get to it.
We'll round back to it
Rely on
tomorrow. Nothing will change.
That's why you have to always
another
stay tuned all day.
But another one that is worth looking at. This is incredible. This huge, and we're all animal lovers here. This beautiful 500-pound Bengal tiger. This is Cumberland County at the zoo and a tiger exhibit. This woman jumps over multiple security areas, over a fence, climbs a fence, up over, and sticks her hand out, and could have had her like arm bitten off, quite frankly. It's crazy. And some people were recording this. So at this point, the police are releasing some new video. They're getting different video from different people, and they're saying this woman who did this faces serious charges. This is against the law. This is criminal activity. You cannot do this. It's dangerous not only to you, but you put that animal in peril because you put them in a horrible position if it's a life-threatening situation that they would have to shoot the tiger. Earlier this morning, Nick Kayal had said, don't shoot the tiger.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's enter at your own risk. You know, it's no different than any other walk of life. There's a warning sign. There's this or that. Dog, do not enter. Private property. Don't go over this fence. There's electrical stuff here. I'm sorry. I feel no remorse for these people that do stupid things and then all of a sudden try to claim that they're the victim. Don't enter the tiger's habitat. Just take your picture on the other side of the fence.
But I like your idea. Put up signage and make sure that everybody knows when they come into that exhibit and say, we're not going to shoot the animal.
Yeah.
We're not going to shoot the animal. If this animal has you, if you jump in there and this animal has you in their jaws, you're going to die by tiger.
Yep. That's right. Same thing when you enter like somebody's pool in an apartment complex. My old apartment complex in Bluebell had a sign when said, no lifeguard on duty, swim at own risk. They're not liable. You go in there without a lifeguard and drown, that's on you, Skip.
I love it. Donald J. Trump, I know we'll talk separately outside the newscast, but Donald Trump in the news, obviously we're looking at the final day with Kamala Harris taking the stage and speaking this evening, among others. Josh Shapiro taking the stage in a primetime situation, our Pennsylvania governor last night speaking. But what's trending on social media is what Trump did. I'll just tease it this way. The actions by one Donald J. Trump, what he did during his latest campaign rally.
Yes.
When something dire appeared to happen, and actions speak louder than words. So I'll just tease that one that way as we talk about it.
Yep.
But this morning we are sponsored by, I know we've been sponsored by Macy's a lot with Back to School is here. Go to Macy's.com. Incredible deals, 25% off for your Macy's. And these are a lot of times, I won't say the brand names. These are brand names that never, ever, ever go on sale. This is my favorite. This is right here, my favorite sale of the year. And your Macy's card.
How does Larry feel about you having a Macy's card unsupervised?
Oh, no, that's just it. It's the one card he can't see.
Reminds me of Married with Children when I was like, my wife is shopping unsupervised with credit cards. Somebody help me.
He tracks all the rest of them. This is my Macy's.
Yes.
He can't see. What could possibly go wrong?
That's
No, it's all good, but it's a huge sale this time of year, so I get excited for this. And I Christmas shop, quite frankly. It has people like, hey,
Did you get a pumpkin spice latte as well? Anything else we have to rush for 4 months in advance? Can we enjoy Halloween first before we get to Christmas? God, I hate it.
I'm not a pumpkin.
Enjoy the end of summer, please.
I know.
I know, right?
I think can we get to Labor Day first? God.
You're going to love, our Phils tonight hopefully win again, 3-2 last night. Nick said earlier, this is one prediction. He was glad that we're not getting swept in Atlanta in their house. We won last night and made some records, which is really cool. Everybody's talking about it. And the forecast, fall-like beautiful forecast comes to an end today, 78 degrees, but my goodness, beautiful weather. Enjoy the sunshine and cooler weather. We do heat up starting next week. So back to more August-like weather, and that takes us into really the weekend, especially Sunday, where we're pushing higher 80s starting Sunday into next week. But from today, Thursday, through Sunday, no measurable precipitation to look at. So enjoy the weather in these final days of summer. This is Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210 is how you jump in. Coming up next, let's get to RFK Jr., the big news coming down yesterday, ABC News with a breaking story. He's expected to drop out of the race by tomorrow. And according to reports and sources, he plans to endorse Donald Trump. What impact will it have on November 5th? We make sense of it next here on Kayal & Company.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Don't miss our end of summer savings spectacular at Hessert Chevrolet. Get amazing deals on top Chevy models like Silverado and Equinox EV. Now's the perfect time to upgrade. Drive home a 2024 Silverado 1500 LT at 1.9% APR or a 2024 Equinox EV at 0.9% APR. See dealer for details. These offers won't last. Visit Hessert Chevrolet today or check us out at HessertChevy.com. Call 267-343-9094 for full details.
Your way or no way at Hessert Chevrolet.
They say money doesn't grow on trees, but at First Harvest Credit Union, we can help you grow your financial future with our growth savings account. You can earn as high as 3.5% annual percentage yield while enjoying flexible access to your funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com or your nearest branch to get details and open a growth savings account and watch your money grow. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for over 84 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there. investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
Catch some Rays when the Phillies host Tampa Bay on Monday, September 9th, Tuesday, September 10th, and Wednesday, September 11th, all at 6:40. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. The Stros are coming to town on Monday, August 26th and Tuesday, August 27th, both at 6:40, and Wednesday, August 28th at 4:05 to take on the Phils. Don't miss this matchup. Order tickets today at Phillies.com.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we are offering the C40 lease for 36 months for under $500 to qualified buyers. This is a really fun Volvo to drive. We also have a huge selection of certified Volvos. And what about $15,000 off when leasing a 2024 XC90 hybrid? This is an incredibly fabulous Volvo. It's the Volvo I drive. Visit us here at Cherry Hill Volvo for the attention and respect you deserve.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
You know, there's two options that we're looking at, and one is staying in, forming that new party, but we run the risk of a Kamala Harris and Walt's presidency because we draw votes from Trump, or we draw somehow more votes from Trump, or we walk away right now and join forces with Donald Trump, and you know, we walk away from that and we explain to our base why we're making this decision.
That's how it sounded just a few days ago. Nicole Shanahan, Bobby Kennedy's running mate on a podcast.
That's how I made that decision.
Much better when she talks, right? As opposed to Bobby.
Vocal fry.
Played you that in the big take on yesterday's show, and we play that again because yesterday during the afternoon hours, ABC News broke the story that RFK Jr. expected to drop out of the race by the end of the week and plans to endorse Donald Trump, according to sources. Sources telling ABC News that Kennedy plans to endorse Donald Trump, but when asked directly by ABC News if he will be endorsing the former president, Kennedy said, quote, "I will not confirm or deny that. We are not talking about any of that." ABC goes on to say sources cautioned the decision is not yet finalized and could still change, with one source adding that Kennedy's hope is in part to finalize things quickly in order to try to blunt momentum from the Democratic National Convention. One possible scenario being discussed is for Kennedy to appear on stage with Trump at an event tomorrow in Phoenix, which is Friday, though the sources have cautioned that Kennedy's thinking could always change, and sources close to Trump say no plan for Friday is finalized. I read into that as Bobby Kennedy is still basically campaigning behind the scenes. To the victor goes the spoils, the highest bidder. I'm basically pimping out my 3 or 4% impact on this election, which could be obviously major if this is as close of a contest as the polls indicate, it being a coin flip. And I got to say, I really do hope he comes out, he endorses Donald Trump. He's doing something at 2 o'clock tomorrow. Trump is scheduled to speak shortly after 4 o'clock in Phoenix. And I want people to think about this because we've talked about Kennedy a lot on this show. We thought he was going to have an impact in the election. He's going to be a factor. He was at 9%. He was at 11%. He's down to basically nothing at 3 or 4%, but that could still be a major factor in swing states like Georgia, like Arizona, and certainly here in Pennsylvania. But think about what Bobby Kennedy has had to deal with the Democrats. You have Biden and Harris, who didn't even allow Kennedy to challenge Joe in a primary. And it's ridiculous because the truth is Biden would have defeated Kennedy. Kennedy was never a threat to knock off Joe. They didn't give the guy Secret Service protection, despite multiple family members being killed. The Democrat machine basically took him to the slaughterhouse and slandered the guy. His own family basically has dismissed him. And I'm not defending Kennedy. He's a kook. He's a nut job. But there are 2 or 3 things that I am in agreement with on him when it comes to big pharma, when it comes to free speech, the war machine. So, he resonates with Republicans on 2 or 3 issues. The rest of them is very, very liberal. But I do think he could be the X factor. I mean, let's think about what Trump has gained here in the last couple of months. He's got Elon Musk's endorsement, not a conservative. He's got Tulsi Gabbard for debate prep, not a conservative. He could have Bobby Kennedy. And when you look at what he possibly has gained in the last 4 years, he could have record Jewish turnout. Dwight D. Eisenhower and Ronald Reagan got 40% of the Jewish vote. Typically, on average, a Republican gets under 30% of the Jewish vote. 7 out of 10 registered Jewish voters are Democrats. Trump could have a record again with black turnout, with Hispanic turnout. If people utilize mail-in ballots, like the RNC is basically begging and pleading for you to do, that could also help. And this is all about overcoming females, Trump derangement syndrome, and the impact of Roe v. Wade. I know a lot of people don't like Bobby Kennedy at all, but I got to tell you, Dawn, I think if he's worth 3 or 4% in states where you can flip easily by 10,000 votes, Bobby Kennedy could be the X factor here. I welcome him in, whatever it takes to beat Kamala.
I just wonder if,
You don't like him, do you?
No. I actually like him, and I'm not, I know Greg can't just, in general, doesn't like the Kennedys. I like the Kennedys fine. I like him when he speaks. I think that he's a very likable guy. He's been on with Jesse Waters as well as Joe Rogan quite a bit, and I know that irked Trump at one point that RFK Jr. was on Fox multiple times as a guest. But when you see him, even despite the voice, he makes a lot of sense, and I think comes off in a way that and remember that Trump has known him for a long time. So if you're Kennedy, I think that that because there's no question in my mind he's going to drop out, that's going to happen. That's widely reported. So if you're Kennedy and you're cutting deals, do you really think that the Democrats are going to do anything other than bury you?
No.
Right? They're going to bury you, and you're not going to have a voice, no pun intended. And so for RFK Jr., it makes more sense that he goes with Trump. And then does he help with some of those independent voters?
Well, that's the question. Do you have to ask yourself? It's just like Nikki Haley. Once Nikki was out, was it a guarantee that Nikki voters were going to come to Trump? No. It looks like some of them are certainly going to Kamala Harris. I don't envision Bobby Kennedy's supporters. And look, let's just say in a hypothetical, he was on every ballot. How many total votes do you think Bobby Kennedy's going to get? Let's just look at 2020. All right, Joe Biden, 81 million. Rolls my eyes. Donald Trump, 74 million. Bobby Kennedy's probably going to get a couple of million votes if he was actually on the ballot and he was, a legitimate person come November 5th. So you take those couple of million. Sure, some of them are not going to back Donald Trump. Some are going to sit it out. I don't see any of them going to Kamala Harris, right? Because if you're a Kennedy supporter, you feel like the Democrats did your guy completely wrong. Right? I mean, think about, and Nicole Shanahan says this, quote, "It's Bobby's decision. I came into this supporting him wholeheartedly to win the election. I have to say there's only one party that has obstructed a fair election for us. And unfortunately, it was the Democratic Party." That was Nicole Shanahan telling Trace Gallagher of Fox News. And let's think about that. Subverting democracy. Democrats want to run on preserving democracy, right? They tried to remove Trump on ballots in certain states. They got Kennedy rejected on ballots in certain states. And then Joe wins his primary by 95% of the vote. They kick him out off the ticket for Kamala Harris. So whether it's Joe, Kennedy, or Trump, the Democrats have subverted democracy. And we got to hear that Trump's the threat to democracy. If you've been paying attention to the news cycle, you know that narrative is also hogwash.
So locally, I'll take you to Dr. Paul Offit, who we've talked a lot about, who's the director of the Vaccine Education Center right here, Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. And so Offit was interviewed by NBC, I think just this week, saying that Kennedy would be a horrible choice for an HHS type director because he is labeled, even though he says that in his family they're all immunized by things by polio. His question has been looking at the CDC and some of these other agencies that required during the pandemic, required a COVID vaccine, which is very different, RNA vaccine, different from an immunization. Others say no, that's not his history. So he's also a big environmental attorney. And so first and foremost, I hope that nobody would promise him some cabinet position. But if they say to him, we want you part of the conversation and to call into question, an Anthony Fauci type person to head that task force or what have you, or looking at environmental issues, that's interesting to me.
What about the CIA? Just a thought.
With the Kennedy name?
Yeah. Just a thought.
So you mentioned Nikki Haley. Okay, first of all, just RFK Jr., remember his running mate. She's a 38-year-old billionaire.
That's correct.
So follow the money. Does she bring in more money? And does she also, she's a millennial. She's somebody who, in her own right, big attorney who invented some things, but also married, now divorced, the Google co-founder.
Right.
So very wealthy, a lot of money, and this could bring in some new money and new folks.
Well, most of the money backing RFK Jr. was that Mellon guy who also backs Trump.
Yes.
So I mean, he was supported by MAGA.
Yeah.
RFK Jr. was supported by MAGA, so there's no surprise that he's gone. I mean, he's a Kennedy. He would have gone to the highest bidder.
Of course.
The Kamala Harris campaign would have been interested in him.
Yeah.
He would have definitely sold his soul for that.
Yeah, I mean, basically Kennedy
have no
is.
issues.
I'm a capitalist and a corporate whore.
Yeah, he'll go to the highest bidder. He'll go to for all the money.
Horrible people.
Yeah, I know you hate
all of them.
But
the
money
for the record,
matters.
I'm not calling him a horrible person. I
am.
I don't think he's a horrible person.
But the money matters.
What's Cheryl Hines going to do? I'm sorry, Nick.
No.
What's Cheryl Hines going to do if he gets a job in the Trump administration? His wife. She's not going to be invited to those elite Hollywood parties. Don't think that's not going to play into his decision.
Yeah.
I'm 100% serious.
So you don't think any more money would come to Trump? Because I just saw the report came out, and people aren't going to like to hear this one. For the month of July, Kamala brought in over $200 million in fundraising. Donald Trump brought in $48 million.
Yeah.
She beat him by over $150 million. Money talks. Money matters. And Trump could probably use a little cash infusion.
Whether that Shanahan woman,
I don't know if she delivers that, but
some money. But like I said, that most of his backing was from a guy who's already backing Trump. So I don't know if that means he's going to put even more money into the Trump campaign. I have no idea.
It's interesting.
But Shanahan, in that interview that you played, she clearly was stating that she likes Trump and she would lean to Trump.
Yes.
And so if I'm looking at that and I'm looking at the numbers you just stated, and that's what my point was, like, follow the money trail.
Yeah, right.
But I think the way to get around this is to look at him as a big environmental attorney too.
Yes, that's true. The question is, I think, the $1 million question, especially after July 13th. And by the way, we're going to play you this new footage, if we can have this coming up here in a moment, from this observer at the rally in Butler that caught Thomas Matthew Crooks on his TikTok feed. The question is, can you trust Bobby Kennedy? That's the $1 million question. Trump is all about loyalty and trust, and he's been burned once by a lot of people in the swamp the first time around. And I mean, I bring this up because we actually played you the leaked video call and the recording the night after Trump got shot. He's on the phone with RFK Jr. and Kennedy's kid is videotaping it for whatever
documentary,
for whatever purposes, and then accidentally leaks it. I don't know how you accidentally leak things. Translation, you don't. It was intentional.
Does Trump care?
I mean, I would. I mean, he's been burned by a lot of these.
But he knew
snakes.
that they were recording. He
knew.
Sure, they had
in advance.
But I think they told Trump and his team that they're doing this documentary. Is it okay for the kids?
I would hope, but I didn't know that to be Is that official? I didn't know that because it just came off to me like a very sleazy thing to do where I'm like, this is why you can't trust a Kennedy. I mean,
No, my sense is he knew.
You think he knew?
No.
All right.
He didn't know. He doesn't care. I don't think he cares. But
Well, it's interesting.
I mean, by law, you have to be. I mean, by law, you have to, depending on what state you're in. Obviously,
is true.
Two-party consent.
Right.
I inferred from it.
Okay.
That, and I honestly, I don't think Trump cared about that. I really don't.
Okay.
I think Trump is looking at big picture. He's looking at the margins. He's looking at the money. He's looking at things that, we're probably. For me personally, I'm just looking at, Bobby Kennedy. If you put him over here, I don't think Trump's even looking at that. I think he's looking at a much broader, bigger picture.
All right. Let's play you this footage. It's about 11 seconds long or so, and we're going to run it on loop for you. There's no audio to it, so if you're on YouTube, you will see this. But this is a new video that has surfaced this week. I wanted to get to this yesterday. We just ran out of time. That shows Thomas Matthew Crooks walking around the Pennsylvania rally before the assassination attempt. One individual on their TikTok feed who was either going live on TikTok or recording something. I don't use TikTok. I don't really know how specifically it works. But they actually inadvertently filmed Thomas Matthew Crooks just hours before the shooting. And I want you to watch this. It's pretty disturbing. Let's fire this up for the YouTube audience. I mean, there he is. There's all the tents, the flags, the American flag, the MAGA flag. And there's Crooks just meandering around the parking lot. Cargo shorts, a T-shirt, and he's got black sneakers and socks on, and he is there at 4:26 p.m., so that is about an hour and 45 minutes before he shot Donald Trump in the ear, about an hour and a half before he climbed that sloped, pitched, too hot to be on roof for the Secret Service that was supposed to be covered as early as Tuesday by local authorities. And there he is just walking around. I mean, I don't know about you. When I saw this, I watched it for like 5 minutes straight. And it kind of gave me goosebumps. I mean, you just never know that the perp is right there amongst everybody, and he just blends in like a middle of Pennsylvania common person, right? Kind of scary. But now the thing what's important about this is it kind of blows up the timeline of law enforcement because this guy was, I think, live streaming this on TikTok or whatever he was doing, and it was at 4:26 p.m. Why does that matter? Well, here's the report from the Daily Mail. So Crooks, who grazed Trump in the ear as he spoke in Butler, PA on July 13th, so we know he was shot timeline-wise at 6:11 p.m. by the first of 8 bullets that Crooks fired from the roof of a nearby building until he was gunned down by Secret Service counter snipers. Joe Tomko is the owner of Ironclad USA. So this footage is courtesy of Joe Tomko, who inadvertently filmed Crooks strolling past his booth outside the rally at 4:26 p.m., the earliest known recording of him at the rally. This was exactly the same time that a local police sniper texted his colleagues to say he had seen a man believed to be Crooks sitting at a picnic table nearby. So this is interesting because now we have conflicting claims versus actual time-stamped video footage of, well, was he walking around or is he sitting at a picnic table at some other location within the perimeter or inside the interior here of this rally? And the more I watch this footage that we just showed you, and the more that people start talking about this, and you're getting very little people that are talking about it, which is another concern, it just seems to me that, and I've said that I've arrived at the conclusion that I think this is an inside job. I don't think this guy acted alone. Now, what does that mean? I'm not saying that there was a second shooter. There appears to be no evidence of a second shooter. But it just seems odd to me that he did all this alone.
Yeah, where's he going?
Right. I mean, it's bizarre that he would be able to, and there's another clip going around where you can see him again moving all over the place. And I'm not talking about laying on the roof and kind of crawling on your body, but like he's running and jumping from rooftop to rooftop. Like this is some action movie, right? And I just find it hard to believe to this day that he was a lone, rogue, deranged solo shooter. I don't know if it was internally here in this country. I don't know if it's Iran. I mean, how often, and I find it fascinating, how often does another country publicly come out and say that they have a bounty on an American president, current or former? That's almost unheard of in the history of this country. Find me a story where a nation has said that they are trying to publicly assassinate a current or former president of the United States. So the whole thing stinks to high hell, and the timelines don't match up. And I'm not blaming Butler police here. I mean, maybe this officer saw him at a picnic bench at 4:27. I mean, he's walking, right? Greg just asked, where's he going? I don't know. If that's an 11-second video. Again, let's not fall in love with 11-second clips and take everything completely out of context. Maybe 10 seconds goes by and he sits down at a picnic table and the cops have zeroed in on him and they find him to be a suspicious individual. But the thing just doesn't add up to this point. And the fact that we still don't have more information. And this story, I mean, honestly, Dawn, if we were ranking the stories that are being covered, ourselves included, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, we're guilty of this as well. Where is July 13th right now in the news cycle?
Yeah. Story
number 23?
Yeah, and I know there's a congressional committee. I know they're looking into this, but I still am curious about those encrypted messages that we heard something about. I know that they're looking into those accounts. But he still had these accounts like from Germany, New Zealand, all these different countries. I just do want to know more about this, number one. And number two, when I look at the video that you were showing, even though he's wearing cargo shorts, the pockets, his hands, he has nothing in his hands.
Nope.
The cargo shorts, because I was like you, I was really examining it, spending some. And this is why a lot of schools don't even allow in their, even in public schools, they say no cargo shorts because you can, but I don't see anything stored in those cargo short, like the side pockets.
Mm-hmm.
And remember, he had, like a different, like a viewfinder. He had all this different stuff that obviously so at what point did he go in
and get all the gear?
Yep.
When did he suit up, basically, right?
Yep.
And how did that go unnoticed? Very interesting.
Exactly.
Great point. 855-839-1210. What's on the cut sheet? Well, we'll all find out together on the other side. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
I'm so excited because, Nick has talked a lot about driving those, what did you drive? The Maserati Grecale?
The Grecale, beautiful vehicle.
And have you driven an Alfa? I'm being a sibling right now. I'm being competitive. Did you drive an Alfa Romeo?
No, my wife put me in check and said, just stick in your Ridgeline truck and settle down, Skippy.
So I'm excited because this is my first time to test drive some of these beautiful, sleek vehicles. And, Nick has talked about this, what it's like to drive some of these different luxury vehicles. I'm a minivan mom for way too many years, but maybe you and some of my friends are actually having a big Sunday event with Marion and some of the different events in Bucks County and talking about becoming an empty nester, first time that their kids are all off to college. And they're like, we're looking at some of these Piazza vehicles like the Alfa Romeo and dumping the minivan finally. So maybe that's you, or maybe you're thinking about that final summer road trip as we wind down into the fall season. Whatever that looks like for you, no time like the present to get back out on the roads. Our friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, they're always going to help you find that luxury vehicle that you've been eyeing maybe for years. Piazza has thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles right now from brands such as Mercedes-Benz, Land Rover, Jaguar, Maserati, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, and so much more. Just visit them. PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Stop by one of their many dealers across Pennsylvania, Delaware, or New Jersey. I think I'll be in Westchester. That'll be next week, test driving some of these beautiful vehicles. PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
At Gerhardt's Appliances, we're all about summer, so we're on the boardwalk asking you, how can we make yours better?
Oh, okay, bet. Yeah, so I've been blending up my own fruity beach balls and been having major dishes. It's like grade A granola greens.
Okay, well this Bosch dishwasher is on sale for $4.99, and they have the industry's most advanced clean.
Oh, acai. Yeah, that's a great price.
The summer sale is on, only at Gerhardt's, where small business is kind of a big deal.
Wow.
Fantasy freaks and geeks. What's cracking? It's your boy James Koh back with my brand new project, the Sleeper King Football Podcast. Look, I get it, okay? There's a lot of fantasy pods out there, but we're going to keep this one light, 15 to 20 minutes, 4 to 5 times a week. And man, we are going to pack it with all the info you need. Season long, weekly projections, and of course, sleepers. Follow and listen to the Sleeper King Football Podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out heart-stopping letters, aggressively garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it seem impossible to ever get out of debt. Don't let the tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, the #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in the Fresh Start Initiative, one of the biggest breaks that the IRS has ever offered. If you qualify, you could save thousands. Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, they'll fight to get you the best deal possible. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
At Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, get wholesale club pricing for everyone on the 2024 Jeep Wrangler 4xE. Or choose the 2024 Jeep Compass and lease for as low as $298 per month for 27 months. Go to TriCountyCDJR.com to see our great inventory. We're easy to find off the Limerick exit of 422. Visit TriCountyCDJR.com today for more details and experience the Tri-County difference.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
Chip Snappers moving from Kensington to Delco?
My uncle used to sell his gallstones at the Bazaar of All Nations out on Baltimore Pike. Had a nice establishment here, 3 different dart teams and 4 leagues, video poker, and hard-boiled eggs, pickled eggs. We keep them right out on the bar there.
See Joe Conklin in Delco at the Media Theater with the City Rhythm Orchestra, Saturday, November 16th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com.
Your official home for Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Listen to every Nittany Lions game on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal Company, 7:48 as we continue live here on this Thursday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Just about 2 hours from now, your voicemails. Get those in on the free Odyssey app. And get on over to YouTube right now because there's usually video that comes along.
Always video, not
with
usually.
the cut sheet.
Yeah,
that's true.
Always.
Yeah.
How dare you?
That's a good point. All right, let's get to it. Let's see what Stalker has lined up fresh off of night 3 of the DNC. Time for What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
Starting with starting with cut 28, Phil, if you want to fire that one up. What's on the cut sheet on this Thursdays? Brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo. Right now, lease the incredibly stylish, and fun to drive C40 for 36 months for less than $500 per month for qualified buyers. Come on, do it now. They always go the extra mile for their customers. Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Dawn has been making reference to this all morning, so I figured I would start with it. Trump was in Asheboro, North Carolina.
Okay.
Ever been to Asheboro, North Carolina?
Yes.
No, I've been to. Is it Asheville?
No, it's Asheboro.
No, but there's an Asheville.
There is an
correct?
Asheville.
I've been to Asheville, but not Asheboro.
First time behind bulletproof glass, by the way.
We talked about that edition. Yes.
Yeah. I'm going to play a couple clips, but the one Dawn was referencing. So apparently yesterday, a woman in the crowd fainted. So he stopped the rally. I think this is mostly visual. Phil, if you want to roll cut 28, go. See, so he's walking over to the crowd. The medics there are tending to the woman. She looks like she's okay. But he goes over there and gives her a pat, gives the guy a pat on the back, making sure she's okay.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta say, I haven't seen a lot of this on the news.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Thank you.
Well, it breaks the narrative that Trump only cares about Donald Trump.
If Tim Walz had done this,
and that's masculinity.
And she hugs the woman.
Yes.
Or maybe it's a man. I don't know.
It's a woman.
Yeah, it's a woman.
It's a woman.
Yeah.
Don Jr. tweeted this out and put it or X'd it out, whatever you want to say. Just to give you the headlines this morning to make the point of what you just said.
Yeah.
New York Times, Trump attacks Harris at North Carolina rally, asking the crowd to back him up.
Yep.
Former President Trump visits Asheboro. Here are the photos from his stop. NPR, Trump speaks behind bulletproof glass at first outdoor rally since the Butler, PA, since that assassination attempt. Politico, Harris upended Trump's electoral fortunes. Just look at him rallying in North Carolina. Nobody mentions this.
Nope.
Can you only imagine, to your point, if this...
I agree with you 100%. I don't like playing that game. Imagine if this was a Republican. Imagine if this was a Dem. But in this case, I 100% agree that if this was Tim Walz that had done this, it would have been major.
Yep.
Every newscast would have led with it this morning.
Now,
100%.
on a selfish perspective, this is where Trump, if I'm the Secret Service, I'm like, sir, with all due respect, 38 days ago, we put the glass up for a reason. Please stay behind the glass. But it goes to show you that he's a people person, right? He's not just this me selfish guy. And sure, that's an element to him. Everybody at his level has an ego and things like that. You don't get to that point without having some narcissistic tendencies. No question. But he legitimately, I got to tell you, me personally, if the Secret Service had just installed bulletproof glass, I'm probably not walking out of it. I'm just me, because I'm a wuss.
Honest to God, guys, it just the simple fact that he's doing outdoor rallies behind bulletproof glass should be leading every newscast. Like that is crazy that we are here. That is crazy that we are here. But again, to Dawn's point, the headlines are what he says.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah, and the fact that, and I believe yesterday there was supposed to be, and I believe that was part of the congressional committee looking into J13.
Yeah.
Because everybody talks about J6, J13, right? That they were holding that news conference yesterday, speaking out. They also were supposed to be, they were briefed by the FBI because they're continuing to look into that. But I think of Trump and the fact that this is the first time that he's behind the bulletproof glass. You know that they're saying to him, don't do that, don't do that.
Mm-hmm.
And I just would say that your instincts, you can't sort of make that up. You can't fake that, just like fight.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And so he continues through his actions without saying anything. His campaign didn't put this out. Like, nobody's putting this out there.
Agreed.
And in fact, I'm sure there are a lot of people like maybe got mad at him for doing that. It doesn't like, this is his instinct. You can't make that up.
Yep.
Agreed.
Well said.
He did speak. I'm going to play a few clips of it. And then I want to make the point, because Dawn actually referenced this earlier. He did a podcast 2 days ago with Theo Vaughn.
That's right.
And I'm not a huge fan of that show. However, I watched the entire thing. Theo Vaughn did the best interview of Donald Trump I have ever seen.
Really?
Because it was so simplistic. Because it was so basic. Because it was about addiction. Because it was about it. He did the best interview to humanize Trump than I have ever seen.
And it wasn't on Spaces.
And it was exactly. All right, let me play some of his words yesterday. What he said in Asheville, North Carolina, or Asheboro, excuse me. Now you have it in my head, Kayal. What's wrong with you? Talking about the Biden-Harris administration manipulating the job stats. We talked about it in the 6 o'clock hour. In case you're just joining us, this is cut 7. Phil, go.
Before we begin, I want to address the massive scandal around the revised job numbers that were just announced this morning. A little while ago, just before I came up, I got to see them. And it really isn't a revision. It's a total lie. Total lie. There's never been any revision like this. They wanted it to come out after the election, but somehow it got leaked. It got leaked. Government leaks too. The Harris-Biden administration has been caught fraudulently manipulating job statistics to hide the true extent of the economic ruin that they've inflicted on America. The new data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics shows that the administration padded the numbers with an extra, listen to this one, 818,000 jobs that don't exist. So they said they existed, and they never did exist. They built them up so that they could say what a wonderful job they're doing. No, we've never had numbers like this. They don't exist. They thought they could do it sometime after, we have an election coming up very quickly, but they wanted this to come out after November 5th when it wouldn't have meant so much, but it came out a little early, so there's a patriot in there someplace, right? The real numbers are much worse than that. And Comrade Kamala, she's Comrade, the most radical left person ever to run for a high political office in our country, gets another 4 years, millions of jobs, and it'll vanish overnight. She gets 4 more years, you're going to see jobs vanish. Millions and millions will vanish, and inflation will completely destroy our country.
By the way, can I just say this? That revised by 818,000 number, that is not a mistake. That's intentional.
Of course it is.
And he's exactly right.
Yeah.
I mean, does anybody think that what he just stated is wrong?
No, they've lied about the job report. They've lied about the economy. They lied and tried to hide Joe Biden's cognitive decline. Everything is all artificial, the whole thing. And so they've created the problem. They don't have the solution to it, and they don't have any policies with their new installed, person to try to, quote, get America back on track.
But think about this. Here's a guy who's been dragged through the courts and mid-September facing more sentencing and court dates, et cetera. Not that I think that's going to actually happen because the lawyers are in court actively. But here's a guy who was accused of a bookkeeping error.
Wait, you don't think he's going to get sentenced on the 18th?
I think his lawyers are working very hard to put all of that off. We'll see.
I doubt it.
Do you think he's going to get jail?
I mean, Andy McCarthy thinks he's going to get jail time.
He did. He wrote that op-ed on
a lot of people that are Trump fans or on that side of the aisle think he is.
It's funny you say that.
I can't see that because
listen to this though.
If they jail him, he's going to win.
If they jail him or sentence him to jail, it's going to be how you just mentioned fundraising effort. They're doing the Trump campaign a favor because it'll raise $50 million in a day.
Think about that. And I got a tweet about this a few days ago, and I thought it was great. And I haven't even thought about it in this light, but it was funny, it was comical, but it might actually be beneficial. Think about it. He's debating Kamala on September 10th. Let's say he destroys her in the debate. Poll numbers start to skew again in his favor. Betting market goes up even further. He gets sentenced to jail on September 18th. It might be the best thing to happen to him from the standpoint of just put him in the can for 6 weeks. He can't talk. He can't shoot himself in the foot. He can't do anything to sabotage and be his own worst nightmare. And then he wins the election. I'll tell you what right now. I'll take it a step further.
Uh-oh.
I'll serve the 6 weeks for him if it means he wins.
Well, they're not going to let you do that.
I know.
That's just it. I mean, and to your point, he doesn't have to make a gaffe. He could be perfect. I mean, look at this rally. Look at what he's saying. And I read you just a few of the major headlines. Nobody's going to cover, when he says what he just said, which is absolutely right. Nobody's going to cover and put in the headlines that this was fraud. This was a government manipulation of stats. There's no question in my mind. But here's somebody who they have persecuted politically while he's on a campaign trail because they allege that he inflated numbers to get a loan when in fact those people that he got a loan back from said we did our own homework. It was in the fine print. Like think about the irony of this situation.
The banks love
happening.
him. Yeah, he's a whale.
I'm no numbers guy, but 818,000 isn't a rounding error.
No,
you know what I mean? Like I'm not the best. I'm not the best with numbers.
Yeah, that's not a Bob from accounting screwed up thing.
I mess up numbers all the time. Of course, not our ratings.
Right.
But I mess up numbers all the time. There's zero doubt in my mind, and I don't carry Trump's water.
No,
there's zero doubt in my mind that that was an intentional fraud.
It was intentional.
It was intentional fraud.
And you're right. It's fraud. And by the way, to me, it's further evidence that this weaponization of government, if you will, has and the swamp has oozed into every department. Because if they're manipulating fraudulently important numbers about our economy, what else are they doing? What other departments are they now manipulating?
Right.
All right, let's keep going here. Trump reacting to RFK Jr. potentially dropping out of the race. He was interviewed by, I don't know if this is Fox Business, who this is. This was aired on Fox Business. This is cut 10, Phil. Go.
And the big news that was breaking today while he was speaking was that RFK Jr. could drop out of the race potentially by the end of this week. I got his reaction to that. Have you spoken to him in the last 24 hours?
No, I haven't, but I respect him. I've respected him for a long time. I mean, I know where he's coming from, and it's a little different philosophy. Very smart guy, however, and I had heard he was thinking about it for a period of time, but no, I have not heard this, what you're telling me.
He's going to be in Arizona on Friday. Would you have him on stage with you at your rally?
Well, I think I'm going to be there on Friday. We have a big crowd. I would always be honored to. I mean, if he endorsed me, would I be honored by that? Absolutely.
You know, when this came out yesterday, I thought about it, and I was like, you know what? If Friday's great because the convention will be over, Trump will have all the spotlight. But I thought about it for a moment. Wouldn't it have made more sense for Bobby to come out tonight and announce that he's officially endorsing Trump right around 8 o'clock and try to upend the news cycle on Kamala's big night?
Nothing is going to upend this.
That's what I was. That was why I held back on it, because at 3 or 4%, he's kind of become an afterthought.
Yep.
But he still could be influential in the outcome of the election. But on second thought, I was like, you know what? It's probably better on Friday as a standalone event.
Yeah, what they worry about with a Friday thing, what they're thinking is that if it comes out Friday, then it will be something fresh.
Yep.
For the Sunday morning shows.
Exactly.
The political
Very true.
shows.
Very true. Yeah. And it'll be fresh for my big take on Monday morning.
I also don't think it's going to have the impact that you guys think it does. But
really?
I don't. No.
In a tightly contested race like Pennsildania or
I think
Georgia?
it actually does the opposite. I think it enhances the weird narrative that the Democrats are running with.
I don't know. They got a lot of weird on their side right now.
Again, I'm just saying the other side. Like I'm just telling you what I think, how I think they're going to play.
See, I think they're going to take, to your point, I think they'll take it further. It won't be weird. It'll be radical and threats. Because they've already smeared Kennedy to be like a raging lunatic madman, right? He's anti this, he's anti that. He's been kicked out of the family circle, the whole bit. And then they're going to make him and Trump look like a tag team.
By the way, I think we can all admit that I was right again, even though the polls said the opposite, that Kennedy pulled more from Trump than he did from Biden.
Well, let's look at that. So what I feel, to your very point, is this, Greg, that before the announcement that Kamala would take over.
Yeah.
Kennedy was polling at 8 or 9, right?
Yep.
And then once Biden dropped out, he was only going to 4. So
Do you
in
think
other
young
words,
people left Bobby for Kamala?
yes, that a certain group that was voting, that was looking for an alternative to Biden, now is happier as far as Democrats. They're okay. All right, it's not Biden, so we're going to be excited and go with the new wave and go with Kamala.
Yeah.
And so is that other group that's left over, to Greg's point, are they the ones who were looking for an alternative to Trump? So what does that mean now if RFK Jr. goes on with Trump? Are they going to now go with Kamala, those never Trumpers or Nikki Haley people or whatever? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Where do you think he went wrong? I mean, there was Kennedy. To me, I think he made it too much about, his family history, too much about vaccines, and
a third party.
To me, he never really talked about the border and the things that matter to Americans.
We as a country always sit here and say we need a third party. If you poll anybody, everybody's like, I'm in the middle. I'm in the middle. Everybody's in the middle. We need a third party. I'm tired of both parties. But then when you actually get a third party, like, that guy's weird. That guy sucks. I'm not going to vote for that guy. So we don't really want it.
Well, I've been saying, and we've asked this question, and I've posed this question just in passing on the show: what happens first, a third party or a female president? And I've long believed that we're going to have a female president way before a third party president.
How way before, Don or Nick?
I mean, it could be weeks away.
And then what is Jill Stein? Where does she pull? Because in the past,
Well, didn't she pulled from
Biden?
Didn't she pull from Hillary in 2016 as well?
Yes.
Yeah, a lot actually.
Yeah,
a lot actually. By the way, everybody streaming right now on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Please, everybody watching, I'm talking to you. I'm looking at you. I'm looking at the camera. I'm looking at you.
And look at my beard while you're at it.
Please hit the like button. Please hit the thumbs up button on today's show, and also hit the subscribe button. And you can see Nick, who's naked.
Naked. I'm facially naked.
He's facially naked, right?
That's right.
All right, I'm going to say this, and then we'll get to. I have all the DNC stuff. I think that I'm not a fan of the Theo Vaughn podcast because it's a little too freewheeling for me. But I think that Trump going on this podcast it was the best interview that Trump has ever given, because he was so open about it. If you watch the entire thing, I know this one clip is going around about cocaine where Theo Vaughn is teaching him about cocaine. But if you watch the lead up to it, it's all about addiction. It's all about his brother, Trump's brother, who was addicted, who died from alcoholism, and it's all about what leads into this clip that's only 90 seconds, but it's making the rounds. Is Theo Vaughn talking to him about the pharmaceutical companies and how they're never held responsible for the opioid epidemic and the fentanyl epidemic and this, that, and the other. And Trump seems to be, genuinely interested in addiction because he doesn't know what it's like. So he's asking Theo Vaughn about being addicted to cocaine. And this is the clip that's making the rounds. This is cut 5. Phil, go.
No, I would just do cocaine. That was really, So not just,
That's down and dirty, right?
Yeah, and this. I mean, it was,
But you don't anymore?
No, I don't do it anymore, man, and I'm not doing it.
Is it too much? Too much to handle?
Some of the stuff started to get a real rattle in it, too. I don't know where we were even getting it from in this country, but, it started to make me feel like I was a mechanic or something.
So the thing you go back to then is alcohol for the most part.
Right, yeah, but what I want probably is cocaine, but I know that if I have a drink, then it'll be like, okay, well, I had a drink, then I can do this.
Is cocaine a stronger up?
Yeah. Cocaine
So you're way up with cocaine more than anything else you can think of.
Cocaine will turn you into a damn owl, homie. You know what I'm saying? You'll be out on your own porch, and you'll be your own street lamp. You're freaking.
And is that a good feeling? Well,
no,
it's a miserable feeling.
But you do it anyway, just like the guy you're saying with the scotch. Like you knew it was bad, but you still.
So it's not even good during what would be normally the good time. In other words, oh wow. So why would you do it?
I wouldn't. That's why I don't.
Yeah, That's terrible.
But it's crazy because that's what alcoholism is, I think. It's that it trumps the why.
Yeah.
It doesn't, and it just, you don't, and you just go to. It's like, so that's why they say that it's cunning, baffling, and powerful. That's what they say about alcoholism.
Yeah.
And it is.
I have to say, guys, these interviews that he does is what Howard Stern used to do for people. Just having a normal conversation, not like Mr. President, Mr. That, like with these formal questions. It's literally just he could have been talking to his mechanic or something.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Like
and
that's
it's everything that Kamala Harris can't do, won't do, and refuses. I mean, seriously, she hasn't done a national interview in a softball setting. We're 30 some odd days into her candidacy. This guy's done 2 hours with Elon Musk. He's done, I don't know how long he was on with Theo Vaughn. He did the one with the 2 hours.
Yeah.
He did the one with the gamer Aiden Ross. I mean, we talk about Trump, and he's got to do more non-traditional type stuff. He's doing it. It's just that the media doesn't cover it and put it in the right perspective of, look at this guy just shooting the breeze for 2 straight hours.
Yep.
And let me just point this out. I've got this story from the Daily Mail in front of me. It's a poll they did. And it says America's faith in Trump's physical and mental fitness after Biden dropped out is revealed. And they go through these questions. Let me just give you the questions and the dates and the percentage decline. And we're just going to point out how stupid this is. Are you confident that Trump can fully digest his national security briefings? In March of 2024, 54% said yes. In August of this year, 48% say yes, down 6 points. Down 7 points, making it through a 1 hour meeting with Putin. Staying alive for the next 4 years, down 3%. Keeping attention span during a meeting, down 6%. Remember names of key staff, down 9%. Make decisions and stay alert in a nuclear emergency, down 7%. And remember the name of a world leader he was conversing with, down 8%. How do these people feel like he's declining when, as we just saw there, he's having unbelievably uninterrupted conversations in long formats?
Yeah. I got to say, too, guys, that you asked Nick why the media is not covering it. You know why? Because the media doesn't understand it. The media doesn't understand the popularity of shows like this or
that's right.
Or shows like ours, like just freewheeling conversations. They don't because everything in the media's world is so scripted. Everything with newspapers is about sources and make sure we get this many words and that and make sure it's grammatically correct. You get to these podcasts that
it's real
and it's
authentic.
real. It's a real conversation, kind of like we do here every morning.
Yeah, and grammar's overrated anyway.
So I think that him doing more media, quote unquote media like this, I think helps him a lot because they had literally a 45-minute conversation about addiction, and it was like he wasn't. Some people say, well, he didn't have the reverence for Trump that that he should have. I think it made it better. They just talk like two bros. You know what I mean? Like that resonates. That resonates with Dawn's kids. That resonates with you know what I mean? Like that's and it's stuff like that that he needs to do more of, and the media doesn't understand. It's like, well, he won't sit down for an interview with us. No, he should do more sitting down interviews with Joe Rogan and these guys.
Yes, absolutely correct. I mean, we had him back on in May, and it was more of what you're talking about, your standard prototypical conversation. But we also had a short window to talk to him, so we had to hit on the really important stuff. But I'm sure, Dawn, you would agree, if we could ever get Trump uninterrupted for an hour and a half, I mean, we would have all sorts of conversations beyond borders and economies and inflation.
Now, everybody just heard a snippet of that 45-minute conversation, which took place just this week at Bedminster. And some of the headlines, just to contrast here, Yahoo, their lead is Donald Trump interview goes off the rail during a cocaine-focused tangent.
Yeah.
Another one, actually, I think this was, where was the one? There was one that said I think it was Forbes, somebody had a headline, Forbes, Trump falsely suggests fentanyl is not an opioid. You heard this. Trump is asking questions.
Right.
Yes.
He's not falsely doing anything.
I agree with you.
He's intellectually curious, as Vivek has famously said. And he's genuinely, he wants to know more about this. And it turns into him asking somebody, which nobody does, which is really helpful, by the way, to make awareness about what addiction is.
These are yes, you're 100%, because you know who is the majority, not the majority, but you know who's a big part of Theo Vaughn's audience? Recovering addicts.
Oh. Yep.
Because he's a recovering addict and he talks about it and he wears it on his sleeve, and like he talks about it all the time in his struggles and everything like that. People relate to that stuff.
Yeah.
So, and by the way, let me say one more thing about this interview. All of this alternative media, in my opinion, I think is Barron Trump telling him.
Well, yeah.
Go do Theo Vaughn.
Right.
Go do Aiden, whatever that guy, because he's a fan of these people.
Yes.
Well, that's what him and whoever the other young dude, Loudon, the 17-year-old.
Bo Loudon,
Bo Loudon. They've been telling him, you got to do this stuff.
Yes.
And I'm glad, Dawn, you found that headline about Yahoo where they claim he's going off the rails. I got news for all of these people out here that work in mainstream media where everything is scripted to a T and tightened up and all the I's. Going off the rails is what makes broadcasting interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, I've done sports in Philly, on satellite, in Nashville, in Atlanta. I've done mornings, afternoons, middays, evenings, nights, weekends. And every time I've ever done a show, no matter who it was with, the shows that suck the most are the people that can't go off script and ad-lib. Like, and I know, like, the consultants of the broadcasting world, like, you got to stay focused. Nobody has an attention span. All this. You think Angelo Cataldi would be great if he stuck to a script for 35 stinking years? You think he'd get 20 shares?
Yep.
No.
Yep.
These people have no idea what they're talking about.
But you think about, this with Theo Vaughn, to your point about it, he has millions of followers, at least 3 million, and anybody who consumes that information, maybe they're listening to it, maybe they're watching it, but it's authentic.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so this is why Trump doing this kind of media is fantastic, I believe, because nobody can refute it. If you saw it, if you heard it, you know it's the truth.
Yep.
And for better or worse, Trump is who he is, right? Like it's what makes him great. It's also what can be his unraveling at times.
Yep.
Yet you have Kamala Harris. She doesn't even know what she is.
Yep.
Right?
Let's keep going here because I have a ton. This is the BBC interviewing, and kudos, shout out to one of our Twitter listeners sent this to me, so I appreciate it. By the way, you can send me, if you have suggestions about what we should cover and what's on the cut sheet. It makes my job a lot easier if you find things that I can't. Greg.Stalker@Odyssey.com. You can send me an email.
We get texts throughout the day. Hey, make sure Stalker plays this. Harry.
He's our field...
He's our field reporter.
Who doesn't want to be named. This is Cut 11. This is a white dude for Kamala explaining to the BBC why he's proud to vote for Kamala. And this will make your head explode, by the way. And if you can't get over to YouTube, he has one of those Rastafarian wool caps on.
Oh,
he has a mask that's pulled down. Like, this guy is just...
It's got the whole costume on.
The whole costume on. Yeah. Cut 11, Phil, go.
What brought you out here today? No, listen, my name is Noah Shorts. I use he, they pronouns. Like, I'm just really excited that we have, like, the first black woman that could be the president of the United States. And, like, my wife, right? We're in a polyamorous relationship. The lover that my wife took is African-American. And, like, I've learned so much about the struggle that
Okay, wait.
It's so much to unpack there. Oh, my God.
He, they pronouns. He's in a polyamorous relationship with his wife.
Stole Bob Marley's hat.
The lover that his wife took is an African American.
Yeah. Yeah.
My
man's being pulled in all directions like a Stretch Armstrong.
He's a cuck, right? He's watching his wife get
And he's got his mask on as a chin strap.
Oh man. I mean, Dawn, am I wrong?
Is that weird? Is that the word we're using? Is that weird?
We continue here, Phil. Keep going.
What color goes to as a result of my wife's boyfriend, and so I'm excited to really do my part to show solidarity for my marginalized communities, and like the best way to do that is to get the first woman of color to be the commander-in-chief, and I'm really excited. I'm so pumped. Were you this pumped and excited when Joe Biden was the nominee? I mean, listen, like, I would vote for a corpse over voting for Donald Trump because he's a disgusting fascist, white supremacist pig. But now, like, we get to really make history. We have You know, like I said, we have the first woman of color to be president of the United States, and our country, it was founded on the values of diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Oh, was it?
And Kamala Harris, nothing embodies those values more than a Kamala Harris presidency. So I'm pumped, I'm ready.
So Kamala stole DEI from the 1600s?
Somebody like Peter on the YouTube said he's doing a bit. I don't think he is.
No, that's authentic mental health issues right there.
He's at the DNC. It's not some dude on the street.
Yeah, he's living life, man. He's happy as a pig in mud right now.
By
the way, it's
on the spectrum, maybe, Nick, a little bit.
Possible.
With the hand gesture.
Yeah, he's all over the place.
I don't know.
Yeah, he's probably on medication.
I just want to.
Yeah.
His wife is getting.
But he wants to have the first African American female president. Results be damned, policies be damned. He just wants to shatter the ceiling himself.
His wife's getting railed by another guy.
Yeah.
He's watching it.
Yeah, well,
Oh, God. Stuff writes itself, man.
It does, man.
Yeah.
The easiest job I've ever had.
Yeah.
By the way,
was that Himmel that sent me that clip? If it was, thank you, because I know he hates me.
Yeah, nice of Himmel to get back in your good graces.
Thank you, buddy.
The knit hat, it's almost 80 degrees in Chicago this week. And by the way, that brings me to all those protesters, 70 to 80 people arrested this week. And if you notice, they were all wearing masks and
of course
full coverings head to toe. Why are they so interested in wearing full masks? Again, nearly 80 degrees.
Mm-hmm. But yet MAGA Republicans are the extremists.
Mm-hmm.
You ever notice that a MAGA Republican never covers up their face?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Put a poll question up. Was that real or a bit? Phil, put up a poll question. Was that real or fake?
I'm going to go over 94% that say it's real.
Is he trolling? Are you at the DNC and troll?
I
don't
think
know.
he's just literally. I mean, this is basically the quote male version of Kamala's base. This is
agreed.
The low not low energy, but low. I don't even know if he's low testosterone. It seems like he's got a lot of juice to his step. But this is who Kamala. These are the men Kamala appealed to. I don't think Kamala Harris appeals to any type A. I don't think Kamala Harris appeals to any alpha male. Don't believe that for a second.
Well, should we get into the Tim Walz son crying thing? I'm really curious what Dawn thinks about this.
This is the IVF speech?
Yeah,
Okay.
This is a little longer one. This is cut 22, Phil. When Tim Walz spoke yesterday, I know I'm going out of order, but you brought up the masculinity thing, so I wanted.
So
to
Dawn will
have
break
this
down the
conversation.
IVF stuff, and then I can mock his son for the way he cried.
Oh boy, do you want to do that, dude?
I'm asking. Can I? Am I allowed to mock him? Or
All
is
right,
that off limits too with the Democrats?
Let's play cut 22, Phil. This is Tim Walz is accepting the Democratic nomination for VP last night. Cut 22, Phil, go.
And even if we wouldn't make those same choices for ourselves, we've got a golden rule. Mind your own damn business.
But don't forget that snitch hotline.
And that includes IVF and fertility treatments. And this is personal for Gwen and I. If you've never experienced the hell that is infertility, I guarantee you know somebody who has. And I can remember praying each night for a phone call. The pit in your stomach when the phone had rang, and the absolute agony when we heard the treatments hadn't worked. It took Gwen and I years, but we had access to fertility treatments. And when our daughter was born, we named her Hope. Hope, Gus, and Gwen, you are my entire world, and I love you.
That's my dad.
Oh boy.
Just Pops.
Okay. All right.
Dawn, I'll let you take the high road, and then I've got an analogy to make. I'll let you bring the show back on the rails so Yahoo covers us correctly.
Look, I think kids are off limit. He's 17. Hope their daughter's 23. I think that I know this plays well in the national media. I'm just going to say this: my sons would not cry like this. They would be fist. That's my mom. I hope they would, or my husband. They would be proud. They would be cheering. But I think
I mean, even Kyle Rittenhouse thought that crying was a bit excessive.
No, even like their 23-year-old daughter, she kind of makes the heart and she kind of, has a nice little reaction, which is really great.
Yeah.
But for him, I mean, he's a sweet kid. He's a sweet 17-year-old kid. But part of me feels like
it definitely won.
Oh, I'm not
I know.
It definitely won over America.
It did.
For whoever watched it.
Yeah, Good Morning America is probably crying right now.
Look, here's the thing. I don't want to put down a teenage kid who's really proud of his dad. I'm just going to say this, that we all have to look at the way that we are trying to neuter our males in America. And so I'm just going to say, I'm trying to say it in a positive way. The way we've raised our sons in my family is to celebrate their masculinity, is to celebrate their boyhood. And now as they're teenagers and coming into manhood and to celebrate that. The media, and this really started, my brother started pointing this out probably 20 years ago, at least, where the media, even the sitcoms, especially the white guy, whether he was a teenager or a white man, was always playing the idiot or the foil. And so, my brother used to call that, and why is the white guy always the one who's the big dummy or the big dope, the idiot, and that sort of thing. And so the way that we raised our sons, we said, you know what, you're a boy, you're going to be a man. We celebrate that. My sense is in this family, not so much.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't think every man has to be like a type A alpha. I'm not
Absolutely.
saying I'm not saying every guy has to be the tough guy. Guys, come in all shapes and forms. So, but just don't vilify the ones that are the type A masculine type.
Exactly.
Like
Which
you can
is why
have your
I'm not-
men in all shapes and sizes. You just don't crush half of them that are something that you just
Amen.
don't like.
Which is why I'm not crushing this wonderful. Obviously, they have a lovely family and lovely wife and kids, and the kids are great.
But his name's Gus.
But stop. But just
Gus?
as I'm not going to bash the kid,
Nope.
I don't want alpha males like my sons. I don't want alpha males to be bashed. I don't want somebody who's going into the Marines or the military to have to be neutered and demasculated, whatever the word is, to take away their masculinity. And to call them toxic masculinity, if in fact they're being a boy or they're being a man. And by that I just mean, it's stuff. If you're a parent and you're raising a boy, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Sure. I mean, I can't relate to it because I have twin daughters, but yeah, I totally get what you're saying. What I would love to do a little bit later in the show is maybe if we could get a side-by-side compare and contrast of Kyle Rittenhouse on the stand and then Gus from last night and see whose face was more laughable.
You are an equal opportunity kid basher, aren't
I
you?
crush all children equally. All kids matter.
No, and I'm glad you brought up Kyle Rittenhouse. Here was somebody who, by the way, he was hired to do a job, even though those schmucks who hired him didn't want to admit it, but they did to protect their business. But with Kyle Rittenhouse, you think about that, a teenage kid who is out there, who's hired this, and really was the subject of intense media scrutiny.
They tried to end his life.
Disinformation, misinformation. He was nearly shot. I mean, he was nearly killed.
Okay, enough about.
No,
Kyle
I'm
Rittenhouse.
serious with Kyle Rittenhouse. That was horrifying what happened to him.
Still the worst crying performance I've ever seen.
No, and the reason that he cried and broke down finally was because he basically was being, persecuted. You think of Trump being persecuted. Well, Trump's a grown man, right, with a lot of money and lawyers. This was a kid from Kenosha who his entire life and his entire world by the media was crushing, being crushed. That was ridiculous what they did to him, and the lies that they spread about him. Talk about a persecution.
We should do a poll question on men and crying.
There's nothing wrong with crying.
Yeah, I agree.
There's nothing wrong with crying.
What would you have done, Nick, or what would your father have done if you were on national TV crying for him?
Give me 5 across the eyes.
But let's just make the point. There's nothing wrong with crying, just as there's nothing wrong with not crying or with being male.
Yeah. I cried when the Eagles won the Super Bowl. Cried like a baby.
Yeah, it's an interest because I do agree with you, Dawn. I think it's not like it's okay for men to cry, like it's fine,
Totally fine.
But on the other hand, the juvenile side of me is just kind of like, even if I was that kid, I was just like, ooh, they got me on national TV sobbing, like, ooh, you know what I mean? Like I would be embarrassed for myself,
right?
Like it's okay to do it.
That's
okay to do it.
That's going to become a meme on social media for the rest of eternity.
Yeah,
now. That moment especially when he's pointing. And he's like, "That's my dad." It's like T.O. Remember when T.O. was crying about Tony Romo?
That's my quarterback.
That's my quarterback, man.
My question for this family and this kid, in all seriousness, because
is he being persecuted like Kyle Rittenhouse?
Yeah, he's not being persecuted. And also, has he ever felt, or has he ever felt that he should apologize, or has he ever, in a school setting or any setting, has he apologized for being a white male? Because and that's a question that I seriously think is a legit question for this kid. Yeah. Because guess what? As a mom of white boys, they often in classes or settings are told that they should apologize for being a white male in America. And so that goes along with the theme of what I'm trying to point out here.
Gotcha.
My goal before the end of this tenure wraps up, Nick Kayal, on this show, whenever that is, 100 years from now, whatever, my goal is to make you cry. I want to see if I can do that. I want to see if there's anything I can, because we know Dawn is easy,
right?
I want to see if there's.
What are you implying here?
Are you calling me a cheap trick?
I want to see if there's anything. Listen to that sexy voice that she. Are you calling me a cheap trick? Is there anything that I could say or do? Because I've taken some low blows at you.
Oh yeah,
and you're pretty unflappable.
Yeah, I've got thick skin.
or you're dying inside, and you just have no emotion and no soul. It's one of the two.
It takes a lot for me to cry. I'm trying to think of the things that I've cried when my girls were born.
There you go.
Cried when the Eagles won the Super Bowl.
Did you really?
Cried when Alabama won the national championship. Mostly sports related.
Okay.
Yeah. Didn't cry at my wedding. Well, I cried later, but that was tears of what the hell did I just sign up for? No, I've probably only cried on 3 or 4 big things.
My goal is to make you cry at some point.
Cried when I broke my hand. I fell off my mountain bike. Got my fingers stuck between a gutter and a mountain bike. I cried like a baby.
JK says, Greg, just say, Nick, you're fired. He wouldn't cry at that either.
No,
he's a radio pro.
Yeah,
man.
After 18 years of radio, nothing really kills me there.
After his wife just moved here after 2 years, she would make him cry when he got home.
Yeah. I've got this gig's got to last a little bit until the desire of living with me wears off.
You believe me, we could joke about it. It's not going to happen.
But no, I've said some things to you that I was just like, maybe that was a little far, and you brush it off like a champ.
Well, I don't have hair to brush, so I got to brush something else off.
All right,
or a beard.
Let's.
Or a beard, yeah.
Speaking of that, what's Walls' daughter's name?
Hope.
Hope. Okay. Hope. She's how old?
23.
23. Do you think Bill Clinton was eyeing her up a little bit?
Ew.
Oh, what?
Well, that's his.
She's legal.
Monica Lewinsky was a couple years younger than that, I believe. So.
Yeah. Well, that's what I mean. Well, he was also 50 or something at that point, right? Because he was.
Oh, does that make it better?
No. I'm not saying it does, but he was also younger at that time, So.
Yeah, that when he says.
Oh, Moxie writes in, Greg, have Nick's wife tell him they're having twins again.
That'll make me cry. That'll force me to the liquor store.
Yeah.
And probably to get a rifle.
Amid Kamalanomics.
All right, this is Bill Clinton speaking yesterday, eyeing up Hope Walls, saying that Biden voluntarily gave up political power.
Oh yeah, he just
like George Washington.
Here's the keys, Nancy. Take it.
Cut 17, Phil. Go.
I love seeing the Obamas here.
He sounds effing horrible.
Yeah. So do we know what the health issue he's been dealing with?
Seeing the Obamas here.
Well, he seriously
was it cancer? I mean, was he
congenital heart issues? No, that's why he says that no man in his family has ever lived this long because of many health problems.
Just like my family.
See, we always go to dark places.
Yeah,
okay,
I'm gonna be 78, still alive, 16 years past my expiration, sounding just like Bill.
All right.
No, he looked great. I mean, clearly he's, but again, he's not in the Obamacare Affordable Care Act. He's not in the marketplace, right? He's getting all the specialized health care and
of course,
and the best of the best, and probably on Ozempic.
Mm-hmm.
He's lost the weight. You know what I mean?
Viagra, definitely Viagra.
Yeah. Wait, so Dawn, you said you say he looks good?
For
78.
What I mean by that
Okay.
is that he has lost weight
Mm-hmm.
because that's a piece of any congenital heart issue.
Right.
But I didn't know what to expect because he hasn't really been in the public eye.
No.
All right, Phil, can you start this cut over again? Start it over again and go.
I love seeing the Obamas here. I love seeing President Biden. And
definitely.
I thought Hillary
Pope
gave a
Walls.
great speech, too.
Yeah, I'm sure you did.
But I love seeing all these young leaders.
Yeah, I bet you do,
Bunch
buddy.
of them are coming up after me.
Yeah.
They look better, they sound better, and they'll be exciting. I do want to say one word about President Biden.
Uh-oh.
Remember, he had an improbable turn
Come on.
that
God,
made him president.
It's boring.
And we were in the middle of a pandemic and an economic crash. He healed our sick and put the rest of us back to work.
Still biting the lip, Dawn.
I saw that.
Still biting the lip.
That lip bite, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He strengthened our alliances for peace and security. He stood up for Ukraine. He's trying desperately to get a ceasefire in the Middle East. And then he did something that's really hard for a politician to do.
Oh, boy.
He voluntarily gave up political power.
Yeah, okay.
And
We did not push him out, I swear.
As Joe Pesci said in My Cousin Vinny, everything that man just said there is BS, right? I mean, good God Almighty. I'll just pick apart one thing, though. I mean, you're going to sit there and talk about the voluntarily stuff. I mean, please. I mean, Joe went out kicking and screaming, right? Like, Joe didn't give up anything easily. And honestly, to defend him, nor should he, right? Like, he got 95% of the primary vote, and basically it was a coup from the people. The three people that actually have more power than him are Nancy, Barack, and Chuck.
Yeah.
And then you throw in the Clintons and everybody else.
His power is dwindling. I got to say, like, I know they have to have him because he's like an elder statesman, but I don't think he does the Democrat Party any favors. I just think that his legacy is just so tarnished, and I don't think, you know how we were saying yesterday that as time goes on, George W. Bush looks better to Democrats, and I think Obama over time will look better to conservatives. I think Bill Clinton is just the opposite. I think as time goes on, and the more stuff that comes out about Epstein and all that stuff, I think he just looks worse.
Well, forget all the the Epstein stuff or the Monica Lewinsky stuff. Just look at it from a time perspective. You really think that right there resonates with Gen Z?
Yeah, I know.
They weren't born when he was president.
Well, that's just it. I wonder how many in the crowd, they really tried to forget, but many in the crowd don't know.
No.
The Monica Lewinsky, and we shouldn't even call it the Monica Lewinsky situation. We should call it the intern scandal.
Yeah, and he's been out of office for a quarter century. I mean, the 18 to 23-year-old voting base was not born when he was president.
Oprah took the stage last night as the surprise guest. Oprah. She says, when a house is on fire, we don't ask about race, religion, or if it belongs to childless cat ladies.
Oh.
So she's going all in on the
so
childless
this is
cat lady thing.
Oh, it almost sounds like you were saying that they're the party that doesn't care about identity politics because that's all they run on.
Cut 19, Phil, go.
Project. It requires commitment. It requires being open to the hard work and the heart work of democracy. And every now and then, it requires standing up to life's bullies. I know this. I've lived in Mississippi, in Tennessee,
Me too.
in Wisconsin, Maryland, Indiana, Florida, Hawaii, Colorado, California, and
Got a lot of houses.
California.
She does. It's a good point, Nick.
And sweet home Chicago, Illinois.
She's like, I'm rich AF.
Yep.
I have actually traveled this country from the redwood forest, love those redwoods, to the Gulf Stream waters. I've seen racism and sexism and income inequality and division. I've not only seen it, at times I've been on the receiving end of it. But more often than not.
Yeah. Let's talk about her income inequality.
Yeah, net worth, I'm looking here at $3 billion.
I was just going to say, I would love to have a tenth of what she has.
Yes. I would love to have one of her houses of the 10 that she has in 12 different states. By the way, she's 70 years old. I mean, she's
Is she?
I mean, I'm sure
Wow.
she's gotten a lot of work done, and she's had all of those weight issues, and she's gone from thinner to bigger. But for 70 years old, I mean, she still seems very vibrant. Unlike Bill Clinton and some other guys.
I have a ton more. Josh Shapiro.
He's back again last night.
We have more of Tim Walz. And we have some Republicans that spoke out yesterday, plus a montage of the media fawning over Michelle Obama's speech. But we should probably break really fast and get to it on the other side.
Yeah, and then let's try to appease Yahoo and other publications of getting on the rails again, right? Because you can't go off the rails.
There's just so much here that we can't fit it all in.
I know it's
a lot.
amazing. It's like 8 pounds of stuff in a 6-pound bag. It's beautiful. All right, Kayal and Company. We continue on the other side here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
But first, let us talk about FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sports book. Well, we have something a little different for you out there. This is my favorite offer that FanDuel does every year. You should get in on it if you have not done so already. Now through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a 3-week free trial of the NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Then, with a YouTube TV base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. For a degenerate gambler like myself, this is the perfect thing. You can have split screens. You can have multi-games playing at the same time. So you can always keep an eye on your Philadelphia Eagles. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment, and you can cancel anytime. All you have to do, this is very important, is go to FanDuel.com/Greg. Download it now if you have not done so. FanDuel.com/Greg, and make a $5 bet and get a 3-week trial of the NFL Sunday Ticket. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT, 21 and over, present in Pennsylvania. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds, terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, pet parents, the summer season is here, and that means it's time to get outside and enjoy some sunshine with your pet. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. The stores are loaded with great summer collections of outdoor and interactive toys. We carry the finest selection of fresh diets, like gently cooked, raw, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, baked, and of course, traditional kibble and cans. Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 neighborhood locations. Visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The following is a paid commercial message.
President Biden's big inflation problem is still here. The Pittsburgh Post-Gazette reported, quote, more working Pennsylvania families are struggling to make ends meet. But instead of helping us, Senator Bob Casey backed President Biden's disastrous agenda. Casey voted with Biden 98% of the time, including for trillions in wasteful spending. All of that Washington spending made inflation worse, making families pay more. If that wasn't enough, Casey also voted repeatedly in favor of higher taxes on Social Security benefits. That's right, Senator Casey voted in favor of higher taxes on seniors' benefits, leaving seniors with less money in their pockets. Higher taxes for seniors and higher prices for everyone. Call Senator Casey at 202-224-6324. Tell him to put Pennsylvania families first and fix his inflation disaster. Support S575, the Fight Inflation Through Balanced Budgets Act, paid for by One Nation, onenationamerica.org.
Wawa has new Southwest flavors, like the roasted chicken fajita veggie quesadilla.
Fajita veggies?
Or the beefsteak burrito with salsa roja.
Salsa roja? Love.
You can also add fire-roasted corn and crispy jalapenos.
No way. All from Wawa.
Oh, you bet. Wawa's always keeping things fresh. And this time, it's with delicious Southwest flavors. Try them in a burrito, bowl, or quesadilla, and build it just how you like it. Gotta have a Wawa.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
First of all, to Vice President Harris, thanks for putting your trust in me and for inviting me to be part of this incredible campaign. And a thank you, President Joe Biden, for 4 years of strong, historic leadership. It's the honor of my life to accept your nomination for Vice President of the United States.
Even Tony Bruno was laughing last night as we welcome you back in. Kayal and Company here on this Thursday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, as we continue on with, what are we calling this? Leftovers to part one, basically?
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much.
Yeah.
That we can't fit it all in, and I don't know. there's a lot. I'm going to do cut 15 here, Phil. This is a montage. So we talked, actually you said it very eloquently this morning, Nick, about how, how can you criticize anything, right? Like with the Democrats, like you're not allowed to. The media won't allow you to criticize anything.
Right, they tell you what's fair and what's out of bounds.
The whole thing we said yesterday was that nobody can, Michelle Obama is like this exalted ruler that nobody can criticize.
Right.
This is cut 15. This is the media gushing over her speech.
Take care of you.
Oh, that's walls. This is the media gushing over Michelle Obama's speech. Cut 15, Phil, go.
Not any question here, but I'll just say Michelle Obama.
I think Michelle Obama's speech was probably the most effective, powerful political speech I've ever heard.
Best convention speeches I've ever seen by anybody in any circumstance.
She's probably the best non-political speaker in the country.
Probably the best speech I've ever seen.
There is no one who has a speech delivery like Michelle. No one on the political, in the political pantheon. Boy, did Michelle bring it.
And she did it with her arms out, that sleeveless outfit,
Oh my God.
She was masterful, not only in her words, but in her expressions.
This was a masterful act of leadership.
Masterful.
It was a sacred task. It was like an oasis.
Don't
I didn't
cry,
realize
man.
I had been in a spiritual desert.
As a white man, that was just so powerful.
Man, she has got some skills.
I am surprised we still have a roof over our head.
Oh my God.
She blew the roof off of this arena last night.
That, in that moment, when you left your body.
As a piece of political communication, I'm not sure. I can't think that I've seen anyone do it better than I saw her do it last night.
Ever.
She is beyond politics.
She always seems to transcend politics.
She's not a politician.
Cultural figure. She transcends politics.
This was a cultural moment.
Subtle, deep, thought-provoking, surprising, unusual, perfectly delivered, stunning speech. Michelle LaVaughn Robinson Obama, from the south side of Chicago, honey, was on that stage tonight. And yes, she preached.
Michelle Obama preached tonight. She gave a sermon to this country. She gave instructions and things that needed to be done.
Vulnerability in a way that makes you see one another as human beings.
Put it up there
with Barack Obama's 2004 speech, or Reagan's 1980 speech, Ted Kennedy's speech.
Boy, I sure hope the United Center has flood insurance. My God. Holy, you know what? I mean, I just jotted this down as I was listening to this. So we've got Oprah, we've got Michelle Obama, you got the Queen of England, Princess Diana, Mother Teresa. Maybe we'll throw Serena Williams in. There's like 6-7 women on Earth that just transcend everything and are beyond reproach. And right now, if we had to do the updated power rankings, Michelle would be the number one spot, right? I mean, my God. I'm actually looking at her her Wikipedia because I'm trying to figure out when's the last time she actually worked and did anything to earn anything.
Oh, boy.
I mean, she did go to Harvard Law School. I don't know if she ever practiced. I'd have to scroll through. It's a long, her Wikipedia is about 38 pages long, so I'll get back to you on Tuesday. But yeah, I mean, you talk about just, being the first lady and Barack's wife is, you would have thought she cured cancer.
We talked a lot about masculinity and Tim Walz' son crying. MSNBC's panel said that it's fascinating to watch the men of the Democratic Party model the 21st century masculinity.
Yes. This is what people like Mina Kimes adore about Timmy.
This is cut 16, Phil, go.
Ism trying to own masculinity in the most regressive, sort of misogynist way possible. J.D. Vance lecturing everybody on, what a family means, what it means to be a man. Donald Trump obviously has his own version of manhood. To see Tim Walz out there as a man who is just joyfully embracing his role as the potential vice president to the nation's first female president is an extraordinary thing. But also to see his son weeping for his father in a deeply tender and emotional way. And then the last thing I'll say, because I think this hasn't been talked about enough, to see Democrats champion men as voices on reproductive choice. Yeah. As you saw yesterday, I believe, from Amanda Zarowski's husband, tonight from Tim Walz, talking about struggles with infertility. It takes two partners to get pregnant. And for way too long, this conversation has been relegated to women.
Two partners.
Or the carriers of pregnancies. And it is, I think, way overdue to have men express not only their stake in all this, but also their anguish. And to have a football coach talk about the anguish of infertility, I think opens up a whole new conversation about the stakes at hand for 2024.
And by the way, and I love that you're saying that, because this is about modern masculinity.
Yeah.
And in the Democratic Party, the coach that is saying that it's important for him as the football coach to be the faculty partner for the LGBTQ
Gay Straight Alliance.
The Gay Straight Alliance. And he's like, that's something important for me to do, because if a coach is doing it, it's going to have just a little more salience, right? And it's going to help kids not get bullied. I mean, what's really been fascinating is to watch the men of the Democratic Party model a kind of masculinity that is simply 21st century masculinity.
Ah, there it is.
Modern masculinity.
Did you pick up on the lingo, too? It takes two partners.
Yep.
I think, Greg, you were just kind of
partners
poking the bear there a little bit. It's just so nauseating. So, I mean, this is where they've lost credibility. This is where MSNBC and why, since that June 27th debate, their numbers have went down big time. I mean, there's nobody on that set that sits there and says, well, is it really masculine to lie about your service history? Is it really masculine to... I mean, you go on down the list. I mean, this guy's a little bit of a weasel. And I'm being, very courteous here when I say he's a little bit of a weasel. I could say a lot worse, but I mean, you're right. The whole IVF thing, it's going to play. And I'm not saying a man can't show his emotions and feelings. No doubt about it. Men should be able to share their feelings.
Yeah.
But just don't sell me on like this is what manhood looks like in 2024. You get lost with Tim Walz.
Yeah, and I cringe at this because they're not celebrating manhood, all men, diversity of men. I mean, Martin Luther King, I really, and I love that his niece and his family speaks out. And by the way, his niece, we played her recently, Alavita, right? She's a Trump supporter. Because you think about MLK Jr. and talking about the content of your character and not checking all these boxes, essentially. And that's what the progressives and the left, that's what they do.
Yeah.
And so this is it's insulting to men. it's insulting also as a woman who's given birth to 2 beautiful boys. I'm not triggered because that's not my personality really, but it's irksome to me that these women, these highly paid, and I don't know what their status is, but I actually hope they don't have sons, quite frankly, because I feel my sons have friends like this. I feel sad for boys who are raised by moms like that, who make them feel like they have to apologize for being male.
Yeah, and you make a good point with MLK Jr. It's like the content of your character to the far left no longer matters. They only obsess over what your gender is, what your skin color is, and who you sleep with.
Yep.
That's all that matters to them. It's why they don't care about Kamala not bringing out policy. Is because they're just taking these victory laps of look at what I am or what I claim to be, even though I'm not really that.
Let's have this conversation on the other side because we have to break again. Sorry.
Okay. Kayal and Company, as we will continue with more comments. We have more cuts too?
We have a lot.
Let's just ride the cut sheet, honestly, right to Labor Day. I'm good with that. I'm good with that. The convention's coming to a close. We got some time before the debate.
We have to get to another Dawn Big Three, but yes, I do have more cuts because we haven't even touched on Josh Shapiro. Nancy Pelosi spoke yesterday and poured some salt in the wounds of Joe Biden. We have all.
Please don't bother me with such frivolity, okay?
Okay. All of it.
9 o'clock hour coming up next. Okay.
At Wawa, you can always find the right drinks for the right time. And Wawa's pumpkin drinks are back sooner than ever, so you can enjoy the best of summer and fall. Enjoy a pumpkin brulee milkshake by the pool. Sip a pumpkin cheesecake smoothie while skateboarding. Or take a pumpkin spice iced coffee on a camping trip. At Wawa, anytime is drink time. And now's the time to feel cool and cozy with Wawa's new pumpkin flavors. Available in milkshakes, cream smoothies, and iced coffee. Gotta have a Wawa.
For eligible individuals, 18 and older only. Results vary. See website for details and important safety information.
How are your hearing aids sounding now?
A little tinny.
Okay, 2 seconds.
With Jabra Enhanced Select's premium package, better hearing doesn't happen in a doctor's office. It happens at home, all done remotely from initial testing to adjustments.
How are they sounding now?
Fantastic. So much better.
You get the same advanced hearing aid technology and professional support you expect from a clinic at a fraction of the cost. And if you have any issues, we'll make adjustments 7 days a week, no charge.
Oh, you people are wonderful.
Our premium package includes hearing aids, 3 years of follow-up care, plus a 3-year warranty with loss and damage coverage, and a 100-day money-back guarantee.
I hear better than I ever thought possible.
Save $300 on Enhanced Select 500 hearing aids automatically at checkout. Just go to JabraEnhance.com/try. That's JABRA Enhance.com/try. JabraEnhance.com/try.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. And one thing I've learned is that you buy a house, but you make it a home. Because with every fix, update, and renovation, it becomes a little more your own. So you need all your jobs done well. For nearly 30 years, Angie has helped millions of homeowners hire skilled pros for the projects that matter. From plumbing to electrical, roof repair to deck upgrades. So leave it to the pros who will get your jobs done well. Hire high-quality certified pros at Angie.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you constantly searching for an extra energy boost? As we age, our bodies produce less of the natural fuel needed to combat fatigue. Discover Rescue Orosine. From Rescue Natural Supplements, Rescue Orosine helps enhance energy production at the cellular level, supports a healthy heart, and maintains optimal blood pressure. Plus, right now, our exclusive radio listeners can take advantage of a special offer. Buy 1 bottle of Orosine, get another completely free. All that you have to do is use the code FUEL when placing your order. To place an order, visit res-q.com or call 800-26-ALIVE. Again, that's 800-262-5483. Speak with a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. Don't miss out on this limited limited time offer. Remember, use that code FUEL at checkout. Again, mention the code FUEL when you call or use it at res-q.com to get that second bottle of energy-boosting Rescue Orosine totally free.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
As a roofer, I don't have time to fail. Homeowners rely on me, so I rely on Beacon. Beacon's unique network of branches work together to get me what I need when I need it. And with the Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips. Now through September 15th, purchase high-quality GAF with Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien high-efficiency tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Calling on Levittown. Hello there. To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Oh, yeah, it's Kayal and Company. 9 o'clock hour on a Thursday. The only other 9 o'clock hour that can top this is Fridays in the 9 o'clock hour. That's when things really get crazy, folks. Nick, Dawn, and Greg rolling on.
Sean joining us tomorrow, right?
That's right. And then all of next week, or at least Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, right?
Yes.
There we go. Stalker end of summer bash, his sabbatical. Before he returns from Labor Day, he'll be out in the mountains, walking around barefoot, drinking coffee, shouting at the lake.
Yep, not paying a damn bit of attention to politics.
He won't be on social media. He really checks out.
I do.
Which is good for you.
I'm envious. All right, I can't turn it off. I don't know. I try every day, and I just keep on coming back. Just when I'm thinking I'm out, they reel me back in. Right? All right, let's continue. Morning Mystery Movie Clip is coming up. We'll get a Dawn Stensland Big 3. We've got the voicemails, all of the hijinks and hilarity that normally ensues down the stretch in the 9 o'clock hour. But we continue because there's just so much from night number 3.
By the way, this portion of what's on the cut sheet is brought to you by Macy's. It's Macy's it's Macy's Ultimate Shopping Event with an extra 25% off designers that rarely go on sale and 15% off beauty too. Saving off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply today at Macy's Ultimate Shopping Event. Thank you, Macy's, for sponsoring the ever important. I don't.
And Dawn will be over to buy some products soon. Dawn's going to purchase more merch.
She will. She definitely will.
The husband can't see the Macy's card, and then you get like Macy's. You get some extra bonus dollars.
Yeah, bonus dollars.
Yeah.
Nancy Pelosi. She decided to speak last night. She decided to put Joe Biden over in her speech, even though she cut him with a knife and and danced on his guts.
Oh my God!
I mean, really? I mean, he did. She did. She cut him open and spread him apart and danced on his innards.
He had a what do they call that when you're in school with a frog in science? And what is that? What's that word?
Mustard.
No, not mustard. Well, they cut open the frog in class. What are
Dissecting.
They call it? Dissecting. Yeah. They dissected Joe.
This is Nancy Pelosi last night. Cut 23. Phil, go. Getting a standing ovation.
Ah, yeah. You're in Chicago, honey. Oh, okay, here we go.
On January 20th, 2021, with the inauguration of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, we established one of the most successful presidencies of modern times.
And then we gutted it like a fish.
Quickly proved that Democrats deliver. Millions of jobs, stronger infrastructure and rural broadband,
Her teeth are about to fall out.
a Biden child tax credit, rescuing human pensions, honoring our veterans, bold climate action, lowering the cost of prescription drugs, all thanks to President Biden's patriotic vision of a fairer America, doing so with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Joe.
Yeah, she's really slurring in there, huh?
She was really, she was really over the top with that, wasn't she?
Ah, so it's interesting. You know, we've seen her on all the circuits, all the shows. I'm confused. You know, in one regard, she actually has said that Joe should be on the Mount Rushmore of presidents. On the other side, she really doesn't even want him to finish his first term. She doesn't really hate the person or the president. She just wasn't enthused and enthralled by the campaign. So it's which one? You think Kamala goes back and forth from left to right and up to down. Nancy's all over the place as well.
Yeah. Josh Shapiro spoke last night, channeling his inner Barack Obama.
And by the way, did you notice this? He jumped in the tanning bed. Where do you see this?
Yeah, you're not wrong about that. Cut 24. Here's a little bit of Barack Shapiro. Cut 24.
Barack Shapiro.
It's not freedom to tell our children what books they're allowed to read.
Look at
that. Look at that.
Dude, he was not like that 2 nights ago.
I'm telling you.
Dawn, what's the temperature in Chicago? Is the sun a little stronger in the windy city?
Look, they all go through hair and makeup. So as somebody who daily I use bronzer, I'm not going to criticize. I'm going to be fair. I'm not going to.
Nick and I
he
use
looks
nothing,
good.
by the way.
I could use a lot of work.
All right, I'm going to. Okay, you know what?
Nick and I use nothing.
As you play the audio, I'm going to go in. I'm going to bronze Nick. I am. I'm going to go bronze him.
You know what? Can we save this for
Doing
tomorrow?
this.
Can we save this for tomorrow? Like we can make it like a. Let's build this up.
A Nick Kayal makeover?
Yeah, Dawn can bronze me live on the air tomorrow. We'll set a time and make an appointment listening.
You're the boss, Greg. What do you say?
Dawn, I think that he's trying to back out of this.
No. I
Greg.
want to do this, but I want the 9 o'clock. Hey, let's do it like right in the heart of drive time tomorrow.
Greg, do you want it now or in the heart of drive time tomorrow?
Nick's instincts are correct. I would like it in the heart of drive time.
I'm thinking about the bottom line for this product.
Yeah,
I deliver tomorrow. Bronzing.
9:07. There's a lot of people at work.
Boom.
Okay, let's. But can we dwell on something real fast?
whenever you want.
His accent, the hand gestures. It's Barack Obama.
Yeah,
I'm telling you guys.
It's his idol.
Let's start over. Just close your eyes, not if you're driving. But tell me you don't hear Obama in this. Start it over, Phil. Go.
It's not freedom to tell our children what books they're allowed to read. No, it's not. And it's not freedom to tell women what they can do with their bodies.
It's uncanny.
It is. It's a total copy and paste.
And hear me on this. It sure as hell isn't freedom to say you can go vote, but he gets to pick the winner. That's not freedom.
The more enthusiastic he gets, the more Obama he is.
You know what, Democrats? We are the party of real freedom. That's right.
About that vaccine mandate, bro.
The kind of real freedom that comes when that child has a great public school with an awesome teacher because we believe in her future.
I'm telling you.
Yeah.
It's a younger Barack Obama.
It is. But to pick apart the whole freedom thing, I mean, how many freedoms were stripped away from you in the last 4 years? So they can talk about reproductive freedom and rights, which, post Roe v. Wade, okay, we've talked about it a bazillion times. But I mean, let's talk about vaccine. It's very interesting. You try to, and I've mentioned this as a counter talking point, and I know it doesn't go over well. I know it won't work, but it's fascinating how there are females out there, and I'm going to trigger the females. But I just want you to think about this. So you're talking about female reproductive rights and my freedom, my body. The government can't tell me, but yet you are the ones forcing other people and saying, "Oh, shut up and roll up your sleeve and get the shot." Well, which one is it? Because I don't want the government telling me I have to have a vaccine. I don't want Odyssey or any company that I work for saying, if you don't get the shot, you're not going to be able to work here. So if you want to talk about freedoms, let's talk about freedoms from top to bottom, right? Yeah. The freedom not to wear a mask, the freedom to leave your house and not have somebody snitch on you, the freedom to keep your small business open because it's essential to your livelihood. It might not be essential to the government, and Target and Walmart are deemed to be essential. So, I mean, we could talk freedoms all day. Again, these things are so easy to pick apart if you're on the other side, but the power of the mainstream media, the disadvantage Republicans are at when it comes to coverage, it's, if you just lived in the mainstream media vacuum, you would think Republicans are just trying to turn back the clock to 1912.
By the way, as this audience knows, Nick and I are wrestling nerds. Josh Shapiro is doing a wrestling promo. That's all this is, dude. This whole thing is
4 days is a promo.
Is a wrestling promo trying to elicit a reaction from the crowd. Case in point, cut 25, Phil, go.
Real freedom that comes when she can join a union, marry who she loves, start a family on her own terms, breathe clean air, drink pure water, worship how she wants, and live a life of purpose where she is respected for who she is.
I mean, he's very good at this. He's very good
Phenomenal
at this.
Speaker.
Real freedom that comes when she can look at Madam President and know that this is a nation where anything and everything is possible. That is real freedom, and that is what we are fighting for.
If you smell,
he's The Rock. He's Dwayne The Rock Shapiro. Dawn, this is unbelievable. And you know what? It really, and you're saying, oh, well, politicians are supposed to be good speakers. But when you look at this current administration, Joe's a terrible speaker. Kamala's a terrible speaker. The Binder's terrible. This is the worst administration when it comes to orators. And this is why he resonates so well, is he's got that Obama charisma in front of the microphone.
And I did look back at some interviews, even from yesterday. He does look tan to me. The hands and the ears match the face.
First thing I noticed last night.
Bronzer.
So it's a little bit of extra hair and makeup and bronzer, but it works for him. I mean, he looks good. And this is an example of somebody who he has been preparing for this moment for decades.
Yep.
And like I say, I first met him, some 20 years ago, more than 20 years ago, when he was in local politics in Montgomery County. And so he has, he is the example of somebody who has worked on his voice, because naturally maybe he's, and think of, I'll take it, think of Kimberly Guilfoyle, who's, a top former Fox News anchor, doing that yelling thing that didn't work.
Yeah, she was so over the top with that.
Right? So this is not, I'm just going to look at performance for a second. This is somebody who has worked on this, worked on the delivery, worked on, and maybe, because he maybe admires Obama, really studied Obama, but that's who and what Josh Shapiro is. He's a student of this, and he is somebody who's disciplined, and he has been working for this moment, like I say, for decades of his life, and pulls it off quite well. For Democrats and even moderates, they look at him, they like him, and this is not easy to deliver this delivery, especially if you know Josh. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you've known him for years, I'm just saying.
Finally, Josh has come back
to Bluebell, Pennsylvania. I'm going to say that when I get back in my driveway today. Finally, the Nick has come back to Montgomery County.
Can I point out really quick? I'm going to talk to a real wrestler, West Point grads, combat veteran, Dave McCormick. I'll be talking with him and having a conversation with Dave coming up on the Dawn Show.
What
I'll
time?
Do my
A
tease
real
early.
wrestler, Dawn, as
A
opposed
real
to a fake wrestler?
What
I
time
gotta
is
ask
that?
Henry. I don't know what time it is. Sorry, I'm
No, I get it. I get it.
I'm in the heat of the
That's what he's back there for.
moment.
He's back there for.
But by the way, on
put
a
that show
serious
together for
note,
you.
with Shapiro's ability, so this is where DeSantis should be paying attention, because this is what held
point.
DeSantis back. DeSantis has
Good
to
point.
work on his, delivery. And
Instead, he worked on the important stuff,
well,
like
mustard
getting stuff done.
and it's amazing that policy doesn't carry you through.
It's a sin,
right?
Yeah.
Like it's the superficial crap
Yep.
that works, and that's where DeSantis has to get better if he wants to be the guy in 28.
Thank you.
So Tim Walz brought out his old football team out on stage last night. Did you guys see this?
Yeah. We beat them by 30. By the way, 35-10, week 3. Back
Who
in
did?
01. My
Who
high
did?
school team.
Oh.
We beat up Tim Walz's team. They had to put the mercy rule in. Clock was running in the fourth quarter.
Cut 27, Phil. I think this is one of his former students that is speaking,
Yeah,
and
this
then
would be great.
and then they bring up the entire. Well, I don't know if it's the entire football team. It doesn't look like the entire football team, but members of that football team that he coached that went to the state championships, I guess, that year after not winning a.
Is that
single
confirmed? Do we know, or is that a lie too?
Game. We'll have to see. Cut 27, Phil. Go.
I grew up next door to the Walzes in Mankato. Mr. Walz was also my geography teacher and my coach. Not for high school football, but for 7th grade basketball and track.
Benjamin.
So what was the high school football
Benjamin
coach
Ingman.
doing coaching 7th grade basketball and track? Well, there was a kid in the high school who couldn't afford to pay for lunch, and he ran up a lot of debt. And Tim and Gwen decided they'd help pay it off. They started calling around the district to see if there were any positions they could fill to make a little extra money, and that's how he wound up coaching us 7th graders. That's right. Coach Walz got us excited about what we might achieve together. He believed in us, and he helped us believe in each other. And his leadership stuck. That track team went on to win a state title, just like the football team. That's right. Speaking of which, come on out, Scarlets.
Oh boy.
The Scarlets.
Scarlets.
Very masculine team
No
name.
boy. Don't come on.
Yeah.
There we go.
Scarlets
One,
are gone with the wind.
Let me guess. Is their uniform pink?
Oh, stop.
Oh,
I mean, there's.
Oh, there we go. Because those look like masculine, man. There
I mean,
you go.
there's like 5 of them.
Yeah, well, there's, it's Minnesota. We have a population of 12. There you go. There we go.
I mean,
couple of linemen.
Out of that whole football team, they can only find 5?
Well,
Oh, well, I guess on the other side there's more. Okay. All right. Okay.
You move on with your life and you don't relive your high school glory days.
Unlike you.
That's correct. The uniforms are actually very similar to my high school. Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
There's number 66. He hasn't stopped eating since he graduated. Big as a house.
That's
Billy Bob from Varsity Blues?
That's the thing about Tad is he never changes.
Inside mention. Quarterback. So, yeah, there you have
Thad.
it.
Thad, not Tad.
Yeah. Well, maybe he was ahead of the curve. He was making a transition back in 93.
He's a freaking woman.
Nobody knows what we're talking about.
Which, by the way, the school lunch, the thing I'll say about that happens all the time. I
know.
Whether it's private schools, Catholic schools, public schools, teachers and nuns, parents pay off these school lunches for kids. It's a real thing.
Mm-hmm.
But guess what? They never advertise it or tell anybody.
Right.
I'm just saying.
Exactly.
91 LSXer on the YouTube chat said they all peaked in high school and now live lives of quiet desperation for 5 figures a year.
Stop.
Okay. Whew.
Any of those guys score 4 touchdowns in one game?
Man. All right.
All right, coming up next, morning mystery movie clip followed by Dawn's Big 3.
Yes.
We've done 7 editions of the cut sheet today, so there won't be a part due. That was part 2, folks. More still ahead, including your voicemails. And if we can uncover any more lies of Tim Walz, just keep sending them in. I don't think they won a state championship either. Back after this here on Kayal and Company.
But I got to talk about the magic. Do you have the magic in your home, in your kitchen especially? Got to talk about my friends from kitchenmagic.com. Would you do me a favor and just check out their site and get this on the calendar if you're thinking about maybe a little bit of a kitchen makeover? Because Kitchen Magic, for more than 4 decades, has been serving our community. They're a local employer. They do an incredible job. And whether it means, the kitchen cabinets that are outdated, just your tired old kitchen, maybe the backsplash, maybe the countertops, whatever that looks like for you, what about storage solutions? Kitchen Magic does it all, and you can trust them. Trust me. 45 years, they've been bringing the magic home to customers across our region, the entire region, from those custom cabinets, like they say, the countertops, the backsplashes. They get the job done, and they get it done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen does become a reality, and without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have been relying on for decades now, Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Is the Mazda CX-50 truly both rugged and refined? Can the CX-5 be both beautiful and invigorating? Is the CX-90 roomy and responsive? And is the CX-30 both stylish and safe? Good questions. Find out with Mazda all summer long.
Visit Piazza Mazda of Westchester and Reading for financing as low as 0% APR for 36 months on select new models.
Bob's Little Sports Shop, Delsey Drive in Glassboro, is your one-stop shop for firearms and firearm safety. Bob's now offers an expanded selection and classroom area, NRA-certified instructors for all your firearm education. Bob's also has your New Jersey carry permit qualifications and an indoor pistol range open daily. Call 856-881-7575 or go to bobslittle.sportshop.com.
I'm proud to be an American and live in this great land. To keep our country safe and free, we all must take a stand. The freedom that we all enjoy is just one vote away, and if we are not vigilant, it can be lost one day. Freedom is a fragile gift. We all must do our part. To always vote for freedom first is where we all must start.
Remember Bob's Little Sports Shop for firearms and firearm safety. Call 856-881-7575 or bobslittle.sportshop.com. Paid for by Bob's Little Sports Shop, Glassboro, New Jersey.
Upgrade your bathroom with Emmons Remodeling.
We offer custom design, build, renovation services to fit your style and budget. Our designers work closely with you to create the perfect space for you and your family.
Experience luxury and functionality with the expert team at Emmons.
So call us at 856-885-6677. Again, that's 856-885-6677, or visit us at callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Summer is here, which means pool days, beach trips, and yeah, you guessed it, traffic jams. Oh yeah, and heat waves. Don't let summer catch you by surprise. Get the local news you need, no matter what you're up to, with the free Odyssey app. And never miss a beat with alerts on breaking stories sent directly to your phone. Listen today on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at californiapsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la.
Oops. Ever had your singing lessons cut short by icy water?
Oh, I'm sorry, honey.
Say goodbye to those cold notes with Navien tankless water heaters. With Navien, you'll hit all the right notes without the surprise chill. So keep singing and let Navien keep the hot water flowing. And get ready for the encore when you get your utility bill.
La 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 la.
Navien tankless water heaters. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove. Our team of gurus is well well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
The Labor Day mega sale starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Purchase a qualifying Sub-Zero Wolf and Cove appliance package and choose 3 years of additional warranty or a rebate up to $2,500. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444.
An excessive heat warning is in effect. Is your AC system struggling to keep your home cool? If you hear something funny, smell something burny, your AC is frozen or leaking water, or even feel warm air coming from your unit, it's time to call CNC. CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local York certified comfort experts, can make it a no-sweat summer for your entire household with one phone call. 0% financing options available. Don't wait until it's too late. Visit cc-hvac.com to request your estimate today.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Turn off the financial news and turn on a great retirement. Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
(9:27) Kayal Company as we continue Thursday morning. Dawn's Big Three coming up in just a moment, as well as your voicemails. Final day of the DNC convention in Chicago. Kamala Harris tonight, the headliner. God only knows what time that will start. Will she have a Barack Obama type moment? And will the media try to spin it that way regardless? We'll get to that in tomorrow's show. But right now, let's get to our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
How's it going? It's going great. It's going great. I'm on the mend. You know, I just got some pins in my legs. Believe it or not, pins in my legs. Can still do this. All right? A mate fell off a cruise ship. Oh. But took a hard, violent fall. Kind of pinball down. Hit a lot of railings. Broke a lot of I didn't I'm not going to say I survived, I'm going to say I thrived. I met a dolphin down there, and I swear to God that dolphin looked not at me, but into my soul, into my goddamn soul, Annie, and said, I'm saving you, Megan. Not with his mouth, but he said it, I'm assuming telepathically.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
All right, this movie came out in 2011, and the actress in this movie was born on this day in 1973. If you can identify that movie clip, be caller 12 at 855-839-1210, and you'll get a 4-pack of tickets to the Atlantic City in-water boat show, as opposed to the out-of-the-water boat show, at the Golden Nugget Casino Hotel, September 5th through the 8th. You can see the new 2025 model introductions from all the major boat manufacturers. Tickets on sale at acinwaterboatshow.com. Caller 12-855-839-1210. Best of luck. I know what the movie is because I was told, but if I wasn't told, I'd have no idea what that movie was.
It's a great movie, dude.
Never saw that movie.
Yeah, it's a great movie. It's a great movie. One of the best comedies I've ever seen.
I'll put it on the list.
In the well, let me.
You want to walk that back a little bit?
Yeah, let me preface that by saying in the 2000 era, in the 2000s era.
Okay.
You know what I mean? There's better comedies in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. But in the 2000s, one of the best.
There you go. Caller 12. Good luck. Let's get to Dawn Stensland's Big 3 at 9:30.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Sponsored this morning by United Tire. So a former Montgomery County Republican official who we've talked about, this is a Kayal and Company follow-up, a little bit of news about him. He said he was swatted for supporting the Veep, Kamala Harris, and featured last night in a video shown at the DNC in Chicago. And so this is Matthew McCaffrey, Upper Marion, which is a very blue area.
Mm-hmm.
But McCaffrey, one of 2 Pennsylvanians featured in the video, and his appearance at the DNC last night coincides just days after an alleged swatting incident at his home. So he put this out on social media, and he's very good at social media and promoting himself. And so he put this out on social media, released a video, which apparently, or allegedly, is a Ring doorbell video with his hands up. He claims that he was swatted because he is a never Trumper, essentially. He was a Nikki Haley supporter, and he's a never Trumper. He's on those billboards across Pennsylvania as a never Trumper. But he also put out on social media another thing, that the Montgomery County Republican Committee booted him because they wrote him a letter, which, of course, he has published everything.
Yep.
And it says, your very public and continuous disparaging remarks against President Donald J. Trump and endorsement of Harris is in clear violation of our bylaws.
Yeah,
so he's
absolutely
gotten the boot.
right. Now, as far as the Ring door cam, has that footage been made public?
The images of it have.
Okay, images.
I'm just saying that the police,
Yeah.
the Lower Marion police, the detectives have not commented at all.
Mm-hmm.
Now, normally in these cases, and I know that they're investigating, but it's been a little bit, normally in these cases of swatting, the cops usually come out and say this is a case of swatting. This is a felony.
Mhm.
It's a felony crime. You're utilizing police resources. Anybody who does this,
Yeah.
you're committing a felony, and you may face fines to have to repay the police, i.e. the taxpayers.
Sure.
They're not doing any of that. They have been silent.
Okay, well, let's stay on this. I'm very curious.
I'm just curious who swatted him,
Right?
allegedly.
Are you saying this is a UC Smollett fake?
Sir, I'm just asking the question.
Well, nobody else usually does.
the
You have to.
By the way, just to follow up, if you were listening probably almost 2 hours ago, BG writes in. She shows that guy, that DNC white guy is for Kamala. It was all he's a comedian, so it's all a joke. The whole thing was a work.
Who is
the guy with the Rastafarian hat on?
That
we played in
the
the
guy
cut
with the
sheet.
knit
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
So
Okay.
it's the entire thing was a joke.
All right.
Which you kind of said that it,
I did.
that
I did.
It was, yeah.
I said this can't be real.
Yeah.
But I
Oh.
still played it anyway because I got fooled by a listener. This is why we don't take requests.
Oh,
This is why we don't take requests.
Oh, so are you saying...
Can we stop getting our news from Twitter?
Did you take the bait, too?
No, he said, is this parody? I mean, you asked the...
I did. We even put a poll question on. Is this real or not?
That clip, that's very common that we've played countless clips of where they all seem to be authentic.
Yeah.
So, I would just imagine that was real.
That's why we don't take requests.
So police remember back in June when we talked about police departments, various police departments, and that they were cracking down, right? That they were cracking down, and you were going to face really big fines if, let's say, the juveniles who were unsupervised after curfews, and this was Ocean City. In Wildwood, they really did crack down. We know that. What about Margate? Well, they said that they started enforcing those ordinances that were already existing and that they were going to fine parents thousands of dollars and they were going to jail teenagers. We were going to drag them to court. So we always want to follow up on these because now that was in the beginning of the summer that they were putting out those warnings. What did Margate really do? I think to date, as we look at the police reports, maybe 2 kids, maybe 2 teenagers and 2 parents were fined a little something, but not a lot.
Okay.
So depending on the shore community, and this is my point, in Wildwood, they have thrown the book at anybody who disrupted, caused all these issues. In Wildwood, Ocean City, yes, they stood behind what they said last May and June.
Okay.
Margate, not so much.
All right. Well, I mean, what good are laws if they're on the books and they're not enforced, right?
So we just check on this. We're just following up, and it's important to do the follow up. Number 3, as we're still sponsored by United Tire, I do want to talk about. We haven't talked about this Italian yacht.
Oh my God! Yeah.
Is that the one Zioli owns?
No.
I hope not.
The one that was capsized, right?
Yes.
And everybody on it died.
Yeah.
And so they've confirmed this morning that the tech billionaire on that super yacht
and his daughter, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And so they have confirmed, off the Italian Coast Guard confirming that as they investigate this, they're calling it one of those black swan events. In other words, they cannot explain how this basically this unexplained weather situation.
It was a water spout, right?
Water spout,
Yeah.
but very close by a sailboat where everybody was fine.
Mm-hmm.
And in this one, they do confirm this morning that the body of Mike Lynch, the billionaire tech, this tech mogul Mike Lynch, among the 5 bodies recovered from the luxury super yacht that sank off the coast of Sicily earlier this week.
Wow.
Wow.
So
they've just pulled up and confirmed
water
his body.
spouts are pretty common though, aren't they?
Sure.
This is crazy though.
Yeah.
I mean,
Should've went with conservative tours and Dawn.
I know. Well, we were, not so far from there. It's just at first there were people who said, and his 18-year-old daughter Hannah.
Yeah.
I mean, this is just a tragic, scary situation. Freakazoid accident. At first, there were people saying, "Wait a minute, it's was
shenanigans."
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they're not. They're now blaming allegedly that this is blamed on this freak water spout accident. But many others not buying that and saying this is bizarre that it happened so quickly just nearby a sailboat with 15 people, including a 1-year-old baby girl.
Oh.
They were fine. So what? How?
Yeah. Yeah. Wonder what that yacht goes for.
Oh my gosh. I'm sure I'll find it's a luxury super yacht.
Yeah.
Huge and multi-millions,
I'm just trying to figure out if I
pricing.
can get 1 or 2.
Yeah. And how much is too much, Nick
Right.
Kayal?
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
Michelle Obama
Let's not be
suggested.
pigs, folks. All right, let's just spread the wealth to everybody so we all can have a little piece of the pie.
So would one Obama mansion, would one be enough?
One would be enough for me. Yeah.
One Obama mansion.
Because you have to question.
Actually, no. I want an Oprah mansion.
Look, Oprah has worked hard for her money.
Oh,
Oprah, who
here we
used to
go.
love Trump.
Yeah.
I know. I've always been an Oprah fan,
she's
but
hideous.
she's one of those individuals that
I don't begrudge
used
her.
to love Trump.
Taking advantage of people's misery. That's what she's always done. hey, let's parade a bunch of fat people out here and talk about them.
That's
And
not
hey, did you sleep with your cousin? Because if you did, we're gonna book you on our show.
She stopped doing that, and her ratings went up.
Yeah.
Soft, chubby, fat.
But she's
children.
somebody. They just revealed a letter between she and the Trump campaign. Just revealed a letter that Oprah and Trump not so long ago, and they were like, "Yeah, we should run together, be running mates."
I remember
right?
that.
What a ticket that would be.
Yeah.
But she used to love Trump, and so it's all unfortunate. Whatever.
She'd probably offer more than J.D. Vance does.
I have friends who produce under her. She rewards her employees financially, but she is tough as nails.
Oh, I believe it.
And has an incredible work ethic.
Yeah.
Let's talk about United Tire.
She has incredible appetite too, from what I hear.
Oh man.
How many more weight loss drugs is she going to shill for?
Oh man.
No, she came out and admitted that she took Ozempic. That's why she had to bail on Weight Watchers.
I can't believe you're body shaming people.
I'm not body shaming her. I'm just saying that she shills these unproven weight loss things all the time. Yeah, she does.
Weight Watchers, if you follow the thing, is pretty good.
Whatever happened to Jenny Craig? Remember that?
I think Ozempic and all these, you're all putting those out of business.
Wait 10 years and see the side effects of Ozempic. Yeah. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, we should. You know who we should have on? That. What's her name? Jillian Michaels.
Yeah.
She says, don't do all this stuff.
Yeah.
She's very interesting to me.
And don't live in California either.
All right, we have to break.
Yeah,
all right. Well, let me quickly. United Tire. Just stop by United Tire. Say you want to trade in your tires. You're going to get $100 off your 4 new tires, and you'll also get no-fault road hazard coverage for free. That includes free maintenance like rotations, flat repairs, more. UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Coming up next, it's voicemail time. Download the Odyssey app. Get us on 1210 right next to Listen Live's that microphone. You tap, you talk, you send, and you hear it on the radio next. Stay right there.
I am Judith Krupnik, president of Cherry Hill Volvo. I drive an absolutely fabulous XC90 hybrid, the best of both electric and internal combustion. It's really an incredible Volvo. We are offering a $15,000 discount when leasing any 2024 XC90 hybrid in stock. If ever an XC90 was on your list, now is the time to visit Cherry Hill Volvo. $15,000.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
We're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that our daughters have what they need to grow and learn. But that isn't the case for nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. that struggle with hunger.
Childhood hunger is a heartbreaking reality that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste and provides it to families and children in need.
You can help kids in need in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I've been telling you about one of the greatest finds of Mama Zioli, besides me, of course, and that's our dentist, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. As you know, my entire family goes to Dr. Mike. His level of care and commitment to dental excellence is unmatched. Now, if you've been putting off seeing a dentist or getting that complex dental procedure done, I don't want to sound like Mama Zioli, but what are you waiting for? Take care of your teeth. So important. You got to have a great smile. You got to look your best. Plus, Dr. Mike and his staff make it so easy to have that beautiful, healthy smile. Dr. Mike has been named a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. He has one of the most respected reputations among his peers as a master of dental implants. I promise you won't be disappointed with Dr. Mike. So if you haven't been to the dentist or you're on the fence about getting that dental procedure done, reach out to Dr. Mike today. With 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, schedule your appointment or free implant consultation today for your perfect smile. 856-786-2020. 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
Hey Philly, it's Ike Reese. In the city of brotherly love, the only thing we love more than our teams is great savings. And with unlimited welcome from Verizon, you can save big, even if you're on a single line. For a limited time, single lines start at just $50 a month when you bring your own phone. With auto pay plus taxes and fees, that's a savings of $15 a month. And when you switch, now you can save on the things you love, like Netflix and Max, all on the most awarded 5G network. Now that's a real win. There's never been a better time to switch to the network America relies on. But this offer won't last long. Visit your local Verizon store to switch and save big today.
$180 BYOD promo credit and $360 local promo credit applied over 36 months. For new customers with one line on your own 4G, 5G phone on unlimited welcome plan required. Additional terms apply. Auto pay and paper-free billing required. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. $10 a month for each My Plan perk. Additional terms and conditions apply per perk.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Never a slow day, never a dull moment. The Dawn Show coming up at 10 o'clock. Dave McCormick will join her at 11:30. Trump will be at the southern border today. Kamala Harris, as far away from the border as possible. She'll be in Chicago for her coronation tonight. Trump and Bobby in Phoenix tomorrow as it goes into overdrive before we go to Labor Day weekend. Before we get to Labor Day, Greg Stocker, let's find out what's on the old voice message machine, shall we?
This is Arnold calling from the DNC with my pal, Stoney McStonepants. We went to Dietz and Watson and we got sample bags of Dietz nuts. We are standing outside the Mr. Softy truck, waiting for people to get vasectomies.
Uh-oh.
Look, it's Michelle Obama coming out.
Uh-oh.
Yo, Mike, have a bag of Dietz nuts. You make a bad dad anyway. This is fantastic. I love Chicago more than California.
Wow.
That is the best voicemail we have ever had. Faux Schwarzenegger checking it. The governor.
Hello, this is Paul from Radnor.
Oh, boy.
I'm traumatized. I haven't slept in 2 days. All I hear is Greg yelling. Yelling at Dawn. He's yelling at the callers. He's yelling at me. And there's blood everywhere.
Oh, man.
All I hear is Natural Born Killers by highly suspect. I can't sleep. So I'm gonna sue.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna sue everybody. Okay. Have a nice day.
Wow.
Stop sharing every dumb thought that's in your head. That's what talk radio is for.
Thank you. Thank you, Greg. Man.
Just pretend, Ozzy. I was cut off yesterday. I was saying Greg is a consummate professional.
Thank you, sir.
First of all.
Thank you.
Second of all, Bill Clinton had quite the rough paper route, huh? Wow. 78 going on 110. He looks like ass. That's an advertisement for not drinking, like Mr. Donald Trump. And also, Big Mike and Barry, you know, telling us about how Kamala's gonna fix this economy and mess in this country. It's like having arsonists help you put out the fire.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, man. Let's be serious. as Joe Biden once said.
I'm serious. Think about it.
There
Yeah.
you go.
Actually, now that he says it, my two best friends are Big Mike and Barry. I just realized that. I have a friend named Mike. He's big as a house. And my other friend is Barry.
Mi gente, Jesús de North Philly otra vez. Hablando de cheesesteaks. Me gustan los cheesesteaks, pero Swiss cheese, ugh, feo.
Yeah, feo.
It's disgusting.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No puede poner Swiss cheese
Yep.
en nada. No puede poner el cheesesteak, no puede poner tacos, no puede poner sándwiches, nada. Swiss cheese is feo.
I love it.
Disgusting.
Thank you.
Never put cheese on anything.
Yep.
Nada.
Nada.
Okay. Adios.
Adios. De nada. Gracias.
Hopefully he didn't curse.
No, he didn't. I took 3 years of Spanish in high school. I can translate anything.
So you know exactly what he said?
Yeah, but you got to go. I mean, look, I'm not anti-Swiss. I'm just anti-Swiss on a cheesesteak.
Yeah.
Yeah, you throw it on some ham or some turkey, I'm good. I'm in on. I'm pro-Swiss.
Yeah. All right, last one here.
Okay, so come to Chicago. More abortions, more vasectomies. That means less Americans and more illegal immigrants. It sounds like a Democratic policy. Have a good day.
Thank you.
You too, sir.
Thank you.
By the way, in Chicago, and everybody talks about the deep dish pie, but the Italian beef sandwich is something that I've been dying to try for a long time. I was actually looking up Italian beef recipes last night. It sounds like a perfect thing to cook in the crock pot this fall during like a football weekend. Dawn, have you ever had the Italian beef in Chicago?
Yeah. Italian beef? Absolutely.
Okay.
Sandwich, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You put the beef and...
Dawn, have you ever had an Italian beef?
Big beef.
Big beef.
No, we do it at tailgate Friday nights under the lights.
I'm
Yeah.
dying to try the whole hot pepper spread that they put on it. It looks phenomenal. I love a good spicy sandwich.
Yummy.
All right. That'll do it for us. The Dawn Show's coming up next, and we find out what she has on tap 10 minutes out this morning.
Yeah, so I will revisit. So we've got Dave McCormick coming up at 11:30. I know that Guy Shiraki is 10:30. So we have so much to talk about, so much to discuss. I'll start out with Trump. We have a lot of audio with Trump news, and as well, what's the oversight committee in the House? What are they investigating? What are they talking about? No, not the emotion of Tim Walz's son, but rather the investigation into China.
Uh-oh.
The Great Walls. There's somebody else said this, so I'm just taking it now. I think it was somebody. Did you say it? Great Walls of China. Somebody else said it, so I don't want to. I want to give.
Anyway.
Yeah, I want to give proper attribution. It might have been like Laura Ingraham or somebody, but
her,
Great
yeah.
Walls of China. So the Oversight Committee is looking into it, what they're finding, and as well yesterday that meeting with the FBI. What did they discern about the attempted assassination of Trump right here in Pennsylvania? So we'll go through all of that.
All
There's
right.
a lot developing.
Sounds good. Dawn Show coming up in about 9 minutes. Today, we find, by the way, according to Phil Almquist, this is the 150th installment of Today in Music History.
Congrats.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, August 22nd, we celebrate the birthdays of Roland Orzabal from Tears for Fears, who's now 63, Vernon Reid of Living Colour, who's now 66, and Paul Doucette of Matchbox 20, who's now 52. Heavenly birthday shout-outs to Lane Staley of Alice in Chains and Jimmy Jameson of Survivor. But lastly, and yes, a little early today, because over the last few days, Dawn and Greg have been talking about playing the clips. Well, it's time I played my own damn clip. If you recall, yesterday I mentioned Scandal's debut came out in 1984. Well, 8 years ago, I interviewed the lead guitarist while hosting a Sunday morning talk show in Delaware.
What?
The clip is him actually explaining how he got involved with Scandal since he's not an original member. And it's followed by a liner he did for the rock show I hosted on a sister station.
How do you get involved in Scandal?
Look at this.
Initially?
Got his
I
own
moved
audio.
to New York, I guess, the end of 81, 82, and I lived with Benji King, who actually ended up being the keyboard player in the band. He replaced Paul Schaefer, who left the band to do the Letterman show. And they were looking for another guitar player, so through him, and I'd also auditioned for Ian McDonald from Foreigner and King Crimson, and he was friends with one of the guy in Scandal that put the band together, and he had recommended me as well. So I just went into the studio and played on Goodbye to You and Love's Got a Line on You were like the first two things I did with the band. Hi, this is Keith Mack, guitarist from the band Scandal and Cyndi Lauper. You're listening to Phil Almquist on Cool.
My career goal at Odyssey is
What a
not to
pro.
get up at 3:30 in the morning and be stuck in the back. For Kayal Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
Aw, Phil, that's your best work yet, buddy.
Good job, man.
Well done.
Yeah.
He works in the censor there.
All right, one more.
Who won Twitter?
I'm going to give it to Eric the Red. I have to clean this up here. The son Gus is crying because he just realized that he was created by his dad blanking into a cup.
Oh,
It's not right.
it's not right.
It's not right. Oh, Dawn is upset. Dawn is
Yeah.
upset. Take it up with Eric the Red.
Yeah.
Eric the Red.
No,
I'm
Eric,
sorry, sir. This man, these magazines don't do it for me. Do you have anything else?
what magazine was it? Wrestling Today?
And with that, we should wrap it up.
That's going to do it. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is up next. We're back tomorrow morning at 6. I'm going to have a good cry with Gus, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Good night, everybody.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. Every year, millions are hurt in car accidents. The numbers are overwhelming. But if you're injured in an accident, don't feel overwhelmed. Call Lundy Law. We remove the stress and get you the maximum compensation you deserve. We hope we never meet because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you. Remember our